Good afternoon. Just doing a sound check.
Can hear you fine.
Everything here is okay.
All good.
Hello, Will and John. We'll get started in 1 minute. Could we just do a sound check from the committee room, please?
Testing the host microphone.
Perfect. Thank you.
Testing the presenter one.
Thank you.
Test.
Tell me when.
Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this afternoon are Joanne Hayes, Carl Nipfel, and Zahir Bayat. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when the item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen, or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must submit a written request for a decision by email. And please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. And I will call each item in the order that it's listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to say something to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed and may be asked to make a presentation on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure that the revisions are accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of the speakers after they have finished presentations. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or by staff with respect to applications in this time slot? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, one deferral request for item 33, 90 Laws Street.
Thank you very much. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this afternoon.
Thank you. We shall go now to our agenda, starting with item number 121. Pardon me, item number 21, 137 Boston Avenue. On this application before the panel are those materials which were submitted by the applicant at the time of application. So we'll ask the applicant to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Max Merchasen, and I represent the homeowners of 137 Boston Avenue for the matter of this application.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byte, go ahead. Mr. Byte, you need to unmute, please.
Thank you. It must be the lunch. I was just looking at drawing A8.1, and it shows, of course, two pieces that I'm curious about, and that's the balconies. There's a balcony on, I believe it's second floor and on the third floor.
Yes, sir.
It appears that they may have overlook onto neighboring properties. Currently, it's just indicated as being glass, and I'm assuming that's clear glass, stand whatever the height is, but it doesn't look like it's sufficient for screening and overlook.
Yeah, so this balcony was mainly made for the purposes of. Are you talking about the balcony on the third floor or the second floor? Sorry.
I think there's. Sorry, am I looking at 8.1?
So there are two balconies. There's one on the side, which is in
the one on the side.
The
Actually, both of them, because the one on the side, I'm not sure what it overlooks, and the one at the back on the third floor, you've got presumably on both sides overlook as well.
Sir, can
Yes,
I
so-
interrupt for a second? There's a
yes,
problem
absolutely.
there's a problem with the drawings. The front elevation is labeled as the rear elevation. The drawing that you're referring to, A.1, which says it's the north elevation, I think in fact is the south elevation. And the third floor balcony only shows on one of the side elevations. So the elevations are incorrect.
I think what he referred to was A8.1.
8.1.
Yes,
That's
I know.
Yes.
And I
And
believe
if you
that's
look
the south elevation.
Yeah, and there is a balcony, and I think actually this is correct. That's exactly what we wanted to show, is side elevation.
So does that balcony have overlook over the neighbor's property? The side
Yes,
balcony
so-
on the second floor?
Yes, if I could explain. So the balcony on the second floor actually looking towards the brick wall of the neighbors. There are no windows on that side.
Okay.
So you can actually see you can actually see that on the side plan. The third floor balcony actually was a compromise when it comes to fire separation. We needed a balcony because our exits, it's pretty much when it comes to the building department, our exits were a little bit further, so we needed a balcony. We can definitely propose a fence on both sides to maintain proper privacy. That can
Privacy
definitely be-
screening, okay.
Yes.
So
yes,
you'd be
it can
okay
definitely-
with that as a
Yeah, yeah,
condition?
of course.
Thank you, thank you.
All right then. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we clarify, though, that the elevations are wrong? And that's important for understanding how they work. If
Mhm.
you look at the drawing that is labeled the front elevation, it's also labeled the rear elevation, the exact same elevation. So one of them's wrong.
Do you mind explaining which drawing number you're referring to?
Okay, A8
Okay.
says that it's the front elevation.
Okay. Yes.
And A8 again is shown as the rear elevation.
Yep, you're right.
I do agree with you, sir.
And then if you
I-
look at the side elevations, the south side elevation, I actually think is the north side elevation, and it's missing the third floor balcony. The third floor balcony would show on that elevation. And
So
if you look at the one that is labeled the north elevation, I think that's actually the south elevation. And if you see on that one, you see the third floor balcony shows, it would also show on the other side elevation, but it's missing. So the elevation drawings are incorrect.
So if I could clarify, it looks like both A8s are the front elevation.
Yep.
It looks like both of them are proposed elevation. I definitely agree with you. Which kind of show what we're proposing for the third floor. And yes, and yeah, if I could answer any other question. So it looks like, yeah, both of them, A8, both of them are proposed elevation.
Okay, and A82 is incorrect because it doesn't show the balcony. And I think it's the north elevation. You've labeled it the south elevation. The one you've labeled as the one you've labeled as the north elevation is in fact the south elevation. As long as you're screening both ends of the balcony, the third floor balcony, and as
I
long
am,
as the second
yeah.
floor balcony isn't looking into a property, that should be fine. But I didn't want, the drawings are incorrect, and I wouldn't want somebody to rely on them because
Yes,
they
I
don't
agree
show
with you.
the
There is a little bit.
proposal.
Okay.
Yes, there is a little bit of an issue with the titling. I agree with you. But again, so the second floor balcony doesn't really looking into any windows. It's looking into the brick wall of the property next to it. The third floor balcony, as I said before, we are willing to put screening on both sides if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
And that could be done by simply making reference to the rear second floor balcony.
Third floor, yes.
Third floor.
Third floor.
Pardon me.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Second floor isn't a problem. The third floor is.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any further questions, or I think we are ready to take this application into committee for a motion? Comments first, if any. Mr. Byatt?
If there are no additional comments, I'd like to move a motion to approve, subject to the third floor balcony being screened on both sides. And I'm just trying to see if there's anything else.
How about third?
No, I think that's all. I can't see any other conditions.
Would you, okay, third floor rear?
Third floor rear balcony, yes.
Okay. Ms.
And it's
Hayes?
the north and south edges are here.
Yes, north and south sides.
Very good. There's the motion. Ms. Hayes, I think you're seconding. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 22. 291 Silverthorn Ave. On this application, there are the submitted materials, plus comment from Transportation Services, dated October 17. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering, and I'm the agent on behalf of the owner.
Good afternoon to you. Questions here, panel? Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick one. It's basically, am I correct that the existing use, because your variance number 1 is asking for permission to operate a retail butcher store. But it's already operating. So has it been operating without permission?
Absolutely. So I believe there is a little bit of a misunderstanding, and within the permits through the years, this is a business family that is being operating for 58 years. And yes, on the neighborhood, they are well known with a few kilometers radius. What happened here is that they've been somehow updating their business, and not just being a small supermarket, they start to add the butcher activities. And now, because of well-known provincial regulations and to keep their provincial license, the food safety inspectors, they require to have some covered area. If you note at the back, there is an elevator, and this has to be a covered area, so they have to put some more money into the business to keep it running, and that's where we are here today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, it talks about you're adding a new area, but when I look at the site statistics, it shows that the total area is existing, and it says proposed, not applicable. So can you explain that? Is it just what you've said? You're putting a roof over it doesn't make sense to me.
So in a nutshell, the building is existing. There is no changes within the building. Basically, it's just the operations that happen now. They have to somehow change the designation. But because of the operations taking over in this particular building, the rear, where it used to be sort of the parking, docking, it has to be covered. So it's pretty much something that provincial regulations ask, like the food safety inspectors. There has to be a covered area for delivery because they do packaging and so on site. And because of the goods being transported, it's a new regulation. And again, they have to create an enclosed area. So basically, we are enclosing where they already do the daily operations of loading and unloading.
Okay, so you're basically enclosing the loading dock.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, we can take the application into committee for a motion or final comment. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that with that explanation, I think this is a long existing property. I don't think there'll be any additional impact from enclosing that area. So if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. Vote is unanimous. Application is approved and the motion is carried. Number 23, 35 Sandford Avenue. Before us are the submitted materials, agent's cover letter, July, and there are 15 form letters signed by owners and occupants along Sandford, received in August. Let's have the applicant join us.
Jacob Jabali, you've been unmuted.
any questions that you may have this time, but it's pretty, I guess, straightforward here in terms of the variances that we are requesting.
Okay, if you don't mind just backtracking a little bit, I think we missed the first little bit of your speaking. So could you tell us your name again, please?
Yes, sure. My name is Jacob Jabali. I'm the principal here at Rain Architects on behalf of the clients at 35 Sandford Avenue. Here to answer any questions that you may specifically have about the application.
Very good.
But I feel like the report has done a pretty good job there of explaining our rationale, and yeah, happy to elaborate where you see fit.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, any questions? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just with regard to the third floor terrace.
Yes.
I'm just looking at drawing the three-dimensional rendition. Bear with me while I get the number. Where is the number of the drawing? So I can't quite see it.
It might be more evident in the report there. Yeah.
So I was just wondering about the need for screening because you may be overlooking neighbors' properties.
Right. Well, the guard has fence board, so it's not glazed. So it's pretty private at that level, and we determine the sort of perspective angle. It blocks anyone from view at grade.
I'm just wondering if it's of the appropriate height on the sides, 1.5 meter height, so that you don't have overlook, or you mitigate any overlook.
I mean, we'd be happy to sort of increase the guard height or create some sort of walled screen along the property line. Is that what you're referring to?
I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah. That should not be an issue.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chabalki, I was going to raise the same point about screening. I was going to suggest that we have screening on the east and west edges of the third floor terrace. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank you for an excellent, comprehensive covering letter and drawings.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, you said yourself that it's very self-explanatory. Well, it is with all that information and your hard work, and I very much appreciate it. So
we try and make your job a little bit less hard.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right then, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, are we in committee yet?
We are in committee now.
I'd like to move approval of this application. I think it has true merit. As I said, the submission material is really first rate. I think it could almost stand as a standard for what should stand in future for submissions. It's great. I don't see that there are any negative implications to introducing this into the neighborhood, subject to providing a 1.5 meter screen on the east and the west sides of the third floor terrace. I think it's an admirable project, and I'm pleased to move approval without condition other than the screening one.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt seconds. Moved and seconded. Approval. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Unanimous carrying of the motion. Application is approved. And the committee moves on to number 24. 13 Inglewood Drive. We're looking at the submitted materials, plus we have a report from Urban Forestry in the form of a staff report. And we'll ask the applicant to join us, please. State your name.
Hi, my name is George Taxidis, and I'm the agent for the owners.
Very good. Here, panel, any request for a presentation or questions directly to the speaker, to the agent? Hi, Mr. Bike. Go ahead, please.
If I may, again, this is you've got a second floor and third floor, second and third floor decks. I would like to perhaps see the sides of the decks being of 1.5 meter height for screening purposes.
Okay, the third floor is existing. The second floor is new, so perhaps we can do that on the second floor.
Certainly. I think that would be appropriate. We can't do much about the third floor if it's existing, but certainly the second floor.
Yeah. Second floor, on the north side, it's facing a brick wall, so perhaps just on the south side.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that would be an issue.
If it's facing a brick wall, not necessary, but certainly the other side that overlooks your neighbors.
Okay. No issues there.
Okay.
And you said that was the south side?
Yeah, that was the south side, yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify what consultation there's been with the adjacent neighbors?
The north neighbor, there was a conversation and nothing in writing. There was no objection. The south neighbors, the two directly to the south, are actually family members. One is the sister of the owners, and one is the son of the owners. I think they might actually own one of the other properties as well. So there's no conflict there with any of them. They're all, like when you look at some of the site plan, their property is probably pushed back in the rear yard. It's a little pushed back a bit further, so they're kind of just making it almost even with some of the other properties in that area. So just by adding a little bit of extra space.
So there hasn't been any, obviously there hasn't been any concerns with the existing third floor terrace impinging on privacy of adjacent owners in this case.
Well, the third floor has been there for many, many, many years. It's existing. So there
Yeah, that's my point. It hasn't resulted, nobody's complaining about it.
No,
Is that
no.
correct?
No one's ever complained about that.
Okay, then. We can go into committee now. Is anyone ready to move to a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very straightforward application. The only issue, I think, is the one that Mr. Bayat mentioned, which is the potential for screening the south edge of the second floor balcony. With that, I think that there is really nothing about this application that could generate difficulties with either immediate neighbors or the neighborhood. It seems to be the kind of addition that's very common these days and common in this neighborhood. I'd like to move approval subject to the screening condition and forestry condition number 2.
Very good. Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show of hands. And that's a unanimous vote. Motion is carried. Application is approved. Number 25 is 65 Pine Crescent. Panel has before it submitted materials, 2 photographs of trees on the property, supporting materials including 3 more images from the agent. There is comment in the form of a staff report from Urban Forestry and support correspondence from 73 Pine and a petition in support signed by owners and occupants at 54, 56, 59, 61, 62, 60, 66, and 67 Pine. We'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent and applicant on the file.
Very good. Questions for the agent panel? Hearing none, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Ms. Hayes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think that the application in the context of the neighborhood is indeed minor. I don't think it's going to have any greater impact. I don't think any of the variances are out of line, and it also has wide support. If my colleagues have no further comment, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions. I don't believe forestry has one.
Thank you. Seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded approval Those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote. Motion
Beautiful front garden on that property.
Motion carried. Application approved. Number 26, 234 Winona Drive. Materials before us consist of those submitted with the application, plus 6 photographs of landscaping on site, received in July. And we have also revised plans from Saba Al-Mathno, received October 19, and additional correspondence in support from 330 Russell Hill, 232 Winona, and 236 Winona. So, agent, join us please by stating your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Saba Al-Mathni from QBS Architects, 1670 Bayview Avenue, Unit 401.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, questions here. Ms. Hayes first, Mr. Byatt second, Mr. Nipfel third.
Just in the revised drawings, I see a bubble around the front porch. So are you deleting that variance, or is it being reduced?
It's been reduced in discussions with the neighbors. As you can see, we have reduced the size of the front porch, so increased the side yard setback between the porch and the property line, and eliminated.
How does that affect the variances then?
Most of the variances to remain, because most of the variances are on the other side because they are the existing, and the encroachment still exists.
Is it the same amount? Is it the same distance?
It is the same, except so the only minor change is the reduction of the front porch, and we eliminated the cover from the majority of the front porch to create a better vision and sunlight for the neighbor.
Okay, agent,
so there's no change to the variances, but the built form's going to be different.
Correct.
So so from your neighbor's perspective, then the new drawings would be important, would they?
Correct. This is based on that. They issued or provided us the letter of support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just let me come in here for a moment. So does what you're telling us then involve any changes to the actual detail of the minor variances that we are considering?
No.
None of the variances change. Okay, fine. I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Byatt, your question.
Yes, please. The purpose indicates that the existing detached garage will be maintained. And variance number 5 indicates that there would be no parking space to be provided on site. I'm a little puzzled.
I agree with you. I was puzzled by the zoning notice as well, but when I discussed with the examiner, he mentioned it's an existing situation, but he had to put this variance because of the distance between the two houses is smaller than the allowable. So he had to create this as a variance, although this is existing garage, and you can see we have maintained the existing side yard setback, no reduction whatsoever. But like most of other variances that we are asking for, they are due to the existing situation.
So essentially, your garage will still be used as a garage for parking?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Nipfel, did you have a question too?
I did, Mr. Chairman. I'm still not clear. When you, excuse me, when you submit revised drawings, it's helpful, excuse me, if you also submit a covering letter telling us what's been revised, because we have to check all the details. Do I understand that what was revised is basically the side yard for the front porch? And did I hear you say that the front porch is not going to now have a covered, but doesn't look like it was ever covered in the plans that I've got originally, so I need some clarification.
Sure. So we did maybe to you are right. We should have done a cover letter, but it was such a simple change, and this is why we bubbled the drawings. So the only thing is exactly we reduced the width of the front porch, and it used to be covered porch. I don't know if you have the previous submission, so you could see the difference.
Do, but it doesn't show as covered on the one that we got with our agenda. It doesn't show as covered either, so that's why I'm quite confused. But if the covering's not there, that's fine. I never had
No,
a
it
drawing
is
that
covered. I'm sorry. Like if you can see here, maybe the line is not thick enough, but it is covered, and we used to have a post as well. If you can put the arrow, John, please, around the, exactly. So you see that there was a post and a cover.
I'm not seeing what you're looking at.
John, maybe you can do
I'm
a bubble.
looking
I
at
don't know if you have a
revision
cloud.
4. Okay, well, it's okay. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
I've got
so
the
that was
proposal
this,
correct.
sure, that was the proposal before, and the proposal after is there, we eliminated the post, we reduced the canopy, so now it's only above the door. So you can see that, it's only 3 feet projection to provide shelter from the rain, that's all.
Okay, the one I've got is revision 4. That was the original one I had, so. Okay, as long as that's what we're looking at, that's fine.
Yes, what you are looking at, the revision 4, the October 19, is the latest as per our discussion with the neighbors.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay then, I think we have gone through the questions. Let's take the application into committee. Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Hayes, please proceed.
I think with clarification of that, and the explanation that many of these are existing conditions, I think that I can support the application, and if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application because of the neighbor's concern and that it didn't result in a change variance, but to ensure that the agreement is in place. I'd like to tie it to the site plan that was received by the committee as part of the package dated October the 19th.
Very good. Okay. Mr. Bida is seconding. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion is carried and the application is approved. Number 27, 172 Woodmount Avenue. We are looking at the submitted materials plus 14 form letters in support from addresses on Woodmount, Glebemount Avenue, Frater Avenue, Salmon Avenue, and Mortimer Avenue. And received late in the process, there are also 2 form letters in support, 2 new ones from 170 and 170 Woodmount, 824 Salmon. There is correspondence in concern from 174 Woodmount, which would appear to be next door. So, let's have the applicant join us.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm the agent for the owner at 172 Woodmount.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, just a second while I check. Moderator, do we have speakers standing by here?
We have one of the 2 registered speakers on standby.
Very good, okay. Okay, Mr. Mastandrea, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel.
I just wanted to know, maybe there should be a correction made on the purpose of the application.
Let's do that
Because
first.
it says to construct a two-story detached dwelling with integral garage, covered front porch, front first-story balcony, then it says rear second-story deck, and then rear third-story balcony. But I believe it's just 2 stories as far as I'm aware. So maybe it should say rear deck and second-story rear balcony.
Well, let's try to pin it down a little more exactly. But maybe we better bring up the rear elevation, please. And see what we've got back there.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, it shows on the plans, and the applicant's correct. It's a rear ground floor deck, and there's a second floor balcony. I don't think there is a third floor.
No, there's no third floor. And also, I'd just like to mention, even although we don't have a variance for our second floor balcony, in speaking to the neighbor to the north, we decided to remove it completely. So I don't know if you want to make that a condition, but we've decided to completely remove that balcony altogether.
Which one is that?
And on the second floor master bedroom.
So the second floor balcony that's showing in this rear elevation is gone.
Yeah, but there's no variance for that specifically, but we discussed with the neighbors to the north that we would remove it for privacy reasons.
Okay.
So if you want to make it a note or a condition or
okay, thank
however
you.
you see it.
Okay, thank you very much. We can the panel can look after that when they get to the stage of formulating a motion if they're inclined to approve. Okay, so going back to our purpose though, let's just check if the purpose needs construction or needs revision. And I would say that it probably does need to be tweaked.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can just remove rear second story deck and rear third story balcony from the purpose of application.
Very good. Let's do that. Okay, so we're now dealing with an amended application. And
in speaking with planning, they have a memo also to provide a privacy screening, and that one says on the third story again, but we're removing that completely. That was their only concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because we're removing it, we can. I don't know how you want to handle that, but that was the only concern from planning.
Thank you.
I believe, although we have a lot of variances, they're all virtually minor in nature and consistent with what's been approved at the committee, as well as the built form. It is an area in transition, and I believe that it does fit based on our submissions, and we have support from the neighbors, and I believe it does meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act.
Thank you very much. Okay. So panel members, we do have someone standing by. Do you want to pose questions to the applicant? Any further ones to the applicant now? Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Just for clarification, just because it might help just going forward. Variance number 3, I think the confusion is that what we consider to be a first floor deck or ground floor deck at the rear because of the nature of the property is really a lot higher above grade than normal. It's like 2.71 meters above grade. So I think that that's where some of the confusion has come in.
Potentially, yes, but sometimes when you have a integral garage and the owners didn't want the steps going above the garage, so in order to keep it at one level, we had to raise the floor so that it's a more usable space.
I'm just trying to provide some context in terms of that rear deck and why it reads like, why it may have read like it said second story, because it is a variance to be quite a bit above grade. Thanks, though.
Okay. All right then. think the applicant has finished his presentation. We'll now go to the speaker standing by.
Yalda, you've been unmuted.
Hi there. I'm actually just for interest. I'm just listening in. I don't have any
Okay.
opposition or I haven't really looked at the detailed documents, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be taller than some of the buildings in that vicinity. So that's my only comment.
Thank you very much. And Yalda was the only person standing by. Okay. Okay, then let's. There's no real need to rebut that particular comment. So, Mr. Nipfel, yes, please.
I have a question for the applicant. You indicated that you have the support of the neighbors, but in fact, number 174, which is adjacent to you, has raised concerns. Now, one of the problems you've already taken care of by eliminating the balcony, because she was concerned. I'm assuming this is a lady. She is concerned about the master bedroom balcony, but she's also concerned that the first floor rear deck is high and creates some privacy concerns, which I share. So my suggestion would be that the screening on the north and the south edges of the rear deck should be provided, because it's a long way above ground. And to Ms. Hayes' point, the only reason that it creates a privacy problem is because of the structure with the integral garage, and the deck is basically up a level. So I'm just commenting that you don't
I do agree with that, and you can make it a condition that we will provide privacy screening.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Let's take the application then into committee and move toward a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Hayes?
Okay, firstly, I think, sorry, we have to go back to purpose and add in that there is a rear deck, and whether or not you want to call it first story or first story, but we still have, there is a rear deck that is part of the purpose of the application. So, but having said that.
Okay, that's good.
I think, although there are a lot of variances here, I think in this neighborhood, in the context of what's being built, I don't think either individually or cumulatively they are not in keeping with development that's occurring in the area. So I could support the application. I would I would want to have screening on north and south, no, east and west of the first floor rear deck.
Very good. Mr. Wright, you're
Yeah,
seconding?
I think it's north and south, Joanne.
Is it north and south?
South.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. North and south.
North
Thanks,
and
Carl.
screening north and south. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's something that I'd written down. I forgot to mention and ask the applicant about was the proposed driveway. On the site plan, it indicates it's an asphalt driveway. I'm just wondering if the applicant would have been okay with that being a permeable surface.
Applicant, that question is to you?
To the applicant.
Yes. Applicant's unmuted. Okay, applicant, go ahead.
If it will help the application, yeah, sure, we will make it permeable.
Thank you. So Ms. Hayes, perhaps we could add that as a condition as well.
Yeah, so, okay, Zahir, I will add that the front driveway be constructed of permeable materials.
Very good.
Because it was negotiated with the adjacent owners, Joanne, would you consider a friendly amendment?
And no balcony on the second story rear.
Or third, whatever, no balcony off the main, whatever floor that is. Because that was negotiated with the neighbors.
That's important. Good to have that in.
Okay. Thanks, Carl.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding?
Yep.
It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. The motion is carried by a unanimous vote, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 28 is 63 Everett Crescent. We're looking at applicant materials submitted, staff report, urban forestry, and support in the form of 7 form letters from residents of Everett Crescent, Oak Park Avenue, Cosburn Avenue. We'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Grant McCackern here.
We do hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Panel, we have the agent with us now. Any questions?
You need name and address?
Oh, yes. Very good. Please, give us your name and...
So Grant McCackern, architect, agent for the homeowners, the applicants, and my address is 30A as in Alpha, Queensbury Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. We have the agent with us now. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCackern, have you read the forestry memo?
I caught them over the weekend. I had the chance to speak with the Anissa this morning. She gave me a call back. So we've gone through it. So the answer is yes.
Can you explain it to me? Because I don't understand what the condition means. The existing driveway length should be retained and used for parking. So what does that do to your proposal?
That would help it. That would so there's a report that, and then there's a subsequent memo, respectively the 11th and the 13th of October. Have the dates right?
And
what they're
I'm assuming that maybe let me, if I got it right, then fine. I'm assuming I'm looking at your drawing, your site plan drawing.
Correct.
And there's an existing asphalt driveway that goes to the back of the new addition, and then there's 2 strips of paving that go to a parking area. And I'm assuming what the forestry condition is saying is don't use that parking space at the back and those 2 strips, but use the existing asphalt driveway for the purposes of parking. Is that correct?
That's what they'd like to see, correct.
And how do you feel about that?
I would be, and I'm sure the owners would be happy about that.
Okay.
Which I think that would mean the parking location shown would be either removed or a note would indicate that.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions for the applicant panel? Or hearing none, we can take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any difficulty with this application. I think it's quite consistent with development in the community. As you can see from the site plan, the enlarged building ends at almost exactly the same place as number 65, the adjacent property. It's a little further back than the other side, but not substantially so. The forestry condition will actually free up more space for soft landscaping, which I think is a good thing as well. So subject to the forestry memo and the, I don't think there's a numbered condition as well. Just give me a second. I'd like to move approval of the application and, it says forestry condition number 1. And as well, the actual wording in the forestry memo, I think, should be a condition.
Very good. You're seconding, Mr. Byatt?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Moved and seconded to approve. Subject to forestry. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion is carried. The application is approved. Number 29 is 670 Strathmore Boulevard. Applicant's materials are before us. There is a TTC report received 14 October. And there is a staff report from Urban Forestry. So we'll ask the agent, join us please. Just tell us your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you quite clearly, yes.
Okay, very good. My name is Murray Fern. I'm representing the owner of 670 Strathmore Boulevard.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, did I? I'm sorry. A question, Mr. Nipfel? You didn't have one? I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand up. Okay.
I didn't have one, no.
No. All right, I'm not hearing any
I'm
questions.
happy to speak to it.
I'm not hearing any questions, so we can, if anyone's ready, we can take it into committee and move to a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very straightforward. I don't have any difficulty with it. I don't see that there's any problem that could emanate from the approval of this, perhaps with the exception of the TDC. So subject to the TDC's technical review condition, I'd like to move approval of the application.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt seconds. So moved and seconded to approve, subject to TTC conditions. Those in favor, show of hands, please. And that carries the motion. Unanimous vote. The application is approved. Number 30 is 49 Wayland. And we are looking at submitted materials. Cover letter from the agent, 19 October. Staff report, Urban Forestry. In support, there are 4 form letters from addresses on Wayland, 47, 50, 51, and 52. Those are all addresses that would be very, very close to the subject property. So, agent, please join us by telling us your name.
Mr. Chair, my name is Nadeem Irfan, NIA Architects, 10 Miller Business Court, Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, and 1B3C6.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you. Panel, questions here? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems that the second, I think it's a second floor deck, could use privacy screening on the north and the south edges. I'd like to move approval of it, subject to screening on those edges. Do you have any difficulty with that?
That question for you, applicant.
To you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't have any objection to that.
Okay. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very minor application. The variances are a wonderful relief. They're extremely minor. I can't conceive of them creating a difficulty. It has support from 50, which is adjacent, and subject to forestry condition number 3 and screening on the north and the south edges of the second floor deck. I think that this is quite consistent with the neighborhood and the community, and I'd like to move approval.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Hayes. Moved and seconded, therefore, approval. All in favor? And that motion is carried by unanimous vote. The application is approved. Number 31 is 72 Constance Street. Before the committee are the following: those materials submitted with the application, plus a photograph of a tree on the subject property. Applicant, Join the committee, please. State your name.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Thank you. Okay, panel. Yeah. Any questions if you, Mr. Byatt, go ahead. No?
Sorry, no question. I was just going to say, if there were no questions, I'd be willing to put forward a motion.
There are no questions. Please proceed.
I'm just going to say this is another very welcome application with minimal requirements for variances. And I don't believe there are any conditions as far as I can see. So without any conditions, I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Thank you. Unanimous vote to carry the motion. That application is approved.
Sorry, Chair, can I go back to that one just a second? Not to not approve it, but could we just say that in terms of the condition is the front yard setback is limited to the first floor? Just so that it's clear that it's only about enclosing the porch. Sorry, here. Would you be prepared to amend your motion?
That would be fine.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then let's, well, just to be clear, we'll take a vote on that. So we have an amended motion now. We'll just backtrack slightly, and with respect to that amended motion, all those in favor, please, show of hands. Okay. And that vote is unanimous. So the amended motion is carried. Application is approved.
Sorry, I was a little slow on the mark there.
Please. Thank you. Okay, number 32 is 7 Northcote. On this application, we are considering material submitted. We have a cover letter from the agent, September 19, and 19 photographs of the property and others in the neighborhood, submitted October 20. Okay, let's have the agent join us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Trevor Gain. I am the agent and applicant here representing the owners.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Let me just check for a moment. Moderator, we have, yes, okay. So, Mr. Gain, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. The application before you is we have an existing 2.5-story row house, middle unit, and a detached garage at the back. What we're proposing to do is to renovate this row house by eliminating kind of the 3 rental units, illegal rental units, kitchens that were within it, convert the main house into a single-family dwelling with a second suite in the basement via its own separate entrance underneath the front porch. We're going to propose a third-floor addition to accommodate a master bedroom for that dwelling. And then at the back, take the existing 1-story garage and convert that to a laneway suite. So this property is very close to Queen, great access to transit. And given the housing crisis, we can take this one property and convert 3 viable rental units in its place. So just running through the variances, we require about 10 variances for this proposal. 7 of them are related to the dwelling, 3 are related to the laneway house. And just kind of quickly highlighting some of the variances. The first one I want to talk about is variance number 2. This is the wall height. That's relating to the addition on the 3rd floor directly above the 2nd floor at the back. That section of the row house is only 3.8 meters wide. So unable to have a sloping roof to kind of lower that wall height, we would just end up with a hallway essentially in that addition up there opposed to the master bedroom, what we're proposing. So to eliminate some sort of massing and height variances, either by creating a sloping roof that would start halfway up that wall or even at the ceiling, a flat roof was proposed, and therefore the wall height generates the variance. Second variance, number 3, is dealing with building depth. Again, the 17 meters proposed is to the back of the addition on the third floor. I will note to the committee that the existing dwelling as it stands today is actually 18.53 meters long. So the additional 3 meters that we're requesting is just to make the master bedroom on that third floor. Variances 4 and 5 are relating to landscaping. Very tough in this area. We have very shallow front yards. About 2/3 or almost 3/4 of that front yard is the porch. In variance number 5 specifically, we're asking for 22% in soft. This is not a reduction in soft as part of this proposal. This is actually an increase. I can highlight later in the photos, but the front yard is pretty much paved right across, including that porch, so there's actually 0 soft. So what we did is we pulled up some of the pavers, changed the walkway around a little bit, and we actually increased the soft to 22%. So it's a net gain for the property, which is great. Variance number 6.
I'm just going to ask you to hang on there for a moment, applicant, because the variances, there was an update, I understand, on the number of variances, and the notice here that you see before you only has the 5. And that is what was actually before the panel as we studied this application. So, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, just to ask for some guidance here from you with respect to the number of variances, and also with respect to the notice. So, we were showing 5, and the applicant is talking about 10.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. John, can you scroll down, please?
Oh.
There's 11 variances in total, and this is the notice that was circulated.
Pardon me. I'm just looking somehow, very strange, but on my digital file, after number 5 comes the location plan. So anyway, my mistake. Thank you very much.
No, it's okay. It was revised. The agenda page was revised.
I can work with this. Okay, I'm fine now because I'm able to work with this screen here. So good. Sorry to interrupt you, applicant. Please.
No problem.
Please proceed.
Yep. Great. The next variance is variance number 6, which is the floor space index. We're asking for 1.17. The existing dwelling, again, is already at 99.8, so just a minor increase in floor space index, which, again, is just that third floor addition. So the last 3 variances, 8, 9, and 10, are specifically relating to the laneway house. They're pretty much all relating to the existing setback. The existing garage as it stands right now is about a 7.3 meter setback. 7.5 is required and able to get the second floor on it. We designed this laneway house to be as of right. The only thing that's not as of right is that setback. So we kept it under the 6 meter height. We have the angular plane, the sloping, hard soft landscaping all conforms, no variances related to that. But the 3 variances are related just because that existing garage is closer than it should be when we go up. And then we're actually decreasing that setback to the proposed 6.63 meters between the laneway suite and the main dwelling. And that's just simply a functionality issue that we need the additional space of another 70 centimeters inside to accommodate a bedroom. Can I get my photographs up? So I'll just quickly, in my final few minutes here, just kind of walk the neighborhood through my photos. Page 2 is a great place to start. This is kind of the backyard and the laneway house. Number 7, that's the existing garage. We're going to go up on top of that. Photograph 8, you can see very, very narrow lots. Our lot is about 5.25 meters wide, so very tight, which is typical up and down this whole street. Next page, page 3. And I just want to try to capture, as you go up and down the laneway suite, you start seeing developments that are happening in this area. Photograph number 12, it looks like a detached house, 3-story addition, roof terrace. Number 13, 2-story laneway house with a roof deck on top attached to a 2.5-story house. This is on the east side of the lane for number 13. Again, 14, looking north, another 2-story laneway house. Photograph number 15, 3 stories addition. The kind of gray structure is a 2-story addition with a roof terrace as well. And finally, on next page, page 4, please. Just some additional laneway houses that you see up and down the lane. Number 17, that little yellow, that's an outhouse. This That was a two-story laneway house that was just recently approved about 8 months ago, which is under construction. And lastly, I just want to point out on number 18, these are some row houses, semi-detached houses that are just up the street. They have flat porches, and both of those porches actually have roof terraces on it, which is exactly what we're proposing on the front of our house. So all in all, I think what we're proposing here is kind of in the general trend of renovations that's happening. Very tight area, very congested. Rentals are great, and I think we're kind of in character with the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions at this time, or shall we wait to hear from the speaker? Okay, Mr. Byatt?
I can wait till they speak. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. Okay, let's go now and we'll ask the person registered in opposition to join us.
Randy Kerr, you've been unmuted.
I'm with the Beaconsfield Village Residents Association.
Okay.
And
you're
we've
with
been
the
very
residents.
active. Sorry.
You're with the Residents Association. Okay, so.
The Beaconsfield Village Residents Association. I'm at 18 Beaconsfield. I'm just up the street from this application.
Okay.
Also, and we've been active in the last couple of years with a lot of the decisions regarding laneway suites and redevelopment, secondary suites, etc. In the neighborhood. There's quite, as the drawings and pictures show, there's quite a few things going on in every laneway in our neighborhood. Beaconsfield Village Residents Association is also a member of CORA, Confederation of Ratepayers Association. And we've extensively studied laneway suites and the more current garden suite standards. So we're pretty familiar with them. One of the major issues we have, and this application speaks to those issues, is the decisions the Committee of Adjustments are making to allow variances that directly affect the soft landscaping and anything related to some green space on each of these lots. And if you can see from this, it's once you get those stairways in at the back there's very little at the back lot. You've got 3 living units in this property itself. Certainly nobody's going to be able to take advantage of that little bit of green space in between the houses. So this standard is really denigrating the City of Toronto's other major concern, and that's the environment and climate change. And we see that every one of these Committee of Adjustments allows these variances of setbacks and lack of separation between the houses and green space between the main house and the laneway suite, and that just overall contributes. It may be small on a specific basis, but overall each one of these decisions adds up, and it's going to be regrettable years from now when we have no way of cooling the city and we end up with these heat waves that other parts of the country have actually had recently. So it's a major concern. So I like to take, I object to a couple of points. 8 and 10 together is basically the setback requirements for the laneway suite with the main house. The 8 and 10 together is partially contributing to the lack of green space and soft landscaping, which is required. By the way, this neighborhood is extremely prone to flooding and has been for years, and the councilors are all aware of it, and there's been studies done on it, and this is just contributing to the fact. Also on number 10, the variance number 10, that's a 50% variance that is compounded because there's the lack of the separation between the main building. And although the separation looks pretty accurate on the drawings, in fact, it's very minimal. The separation allows for very minimal green space between the two buildings on the lot. Another point I had here, I've been waiting a long time here now, it's got stale in my mind. Conditions 4 and 5, or variances 4 and 5, that actually speaks to the size of the landscaping reductions. And I understand from the applicant's agent that they're rearranging concrete front yard, etc. But as he also pointed out, the building had 3 illegal units in place, and if they're going to be modifying that, they should at least bring the property back up to standards. And I think we should have additional green space, back and front, and that's what 4 and 5 speaks to. Okay, reduction of soft landscaping, which is effectively green space. There are no trees on the lot, and there won't be with this current layout, unlikely. Last point I made in my submission for attending this meeting was that we've had some issues with parking in the laneways. And this site, the site plan looks like it specifies an overhang at the rear of the laneway suite and on the laneway side, and sufficient space that is going to be used for a parking spot in the laneway, which is not permitted. And we can't get 311 to respond to these instances of parking in laneways, and we can't get TPS, Toronto Police Services, to respond to, and it goes back and forth between transportation. So this looks like it's there should be soft landscaping back there, but it looks like it's going to be suitable for a small vehicle to be placed, parked in the laneway at the turn of the laneway where it runs east, west, north, south. Difficult spot. As I said, we've had numerous occurrences of this already in the laneway. Those pictures reflect a few of the laneway suites. People are parking overnight in the laneways, and they're parking on the right of way within the laneway because they haven't left sufficient space.
I must ask you now for your final comment, please.
Okay, so final comment is I think there's just a little too many variances in this thing for us to support it in full.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay, let's go back then to the applicant and ask the applicant to comment on what we've heard from the speaker in his rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the number of variances, small properties, sometimes these old properties, nothing conforms. So I sort of disagree that the number of variances cumulatively are problematic. They're kind of grouped together based on landscaping or setbacks, et cetera. So just speaking very quickly to the points Mr. Kerr raised, the soft landscaping off the lane in the backyard, we have no variances. We do meet the minimum 50% soft in the backyard. In the front yard, as I mentioned, it was 0. Now we've got it up to 22%. So it's easy to sit on a desk and say, bring the whole property up to standards. But to do that, we would have to take away the front porch and just have steps, but we need a walkout to get to the basement dwelling unit because we are the middle unit, so we're kind of landlocked as far as accessing that second suite. Speaking about the setbacks between the laneway house, again, we're not touching the ground in any of these additions. The garage is an existing structure. We're cantilevering it back towards the house. We're cantilevering a small section towards the lane. As he mentioned, again, that's an as-of-right cantilever, and we're not proposing any parking in the laneway suite. That will be soft landscaping as required by the bylaw, thus no variances. Similar in the backyard, the cantilever, like I said, the back wall of the garage facing the main dwelling unit is existing. We're cantilevering the second floor. So even with a little proposed kind of deck area that we're showing off the laneway suite for the amenity space of that tenant, still no minor variances in the backyard. So we're doing our best, and we have met the bylaw in terms of runoff and absorption. I think that addresses them. If there's any specific question, I'd be happy to answer that.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are. Panel members, questions for Mr. Bayek? Go ahead. Mr.
Just a couple of concerns. When I look at variance number 3, that's going to have an altered dwelling with a depth of 17 meters. So they're 3 meters beyond what is permitted. And then going to variance number 8, the distance between the residential building and the ancillary building. By extending by altering the residence itself, that presumably starts to trigger this variance number 8. Would that be correct?
No, that is not correct. Can we put my site plan back up on the screen? So the over top of the main dwelling, the dashed X, that's the third floor addition. So our 17 meters is from the front property line to the far left of that dashed X. That's the third floor. The existing dwelling, as you continue to the left, goes all the way to 18.53. So the setback that we're asking for between the laneway house and the main dwelling is actually the brick wall of the original dwelling to our proposed cantilever at the laneway house. So that 3 meters is all within the footprint of the existing house, but we have the variance for it because it's the addition on the 3rd floor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a very simple question on your drawing number, pardon me, your site plan. And I apologize, the projections that everybody else is seeing, I'm having technical problems. I'm not seeing them on my screen. But as I see your site plan, you show the space between the proposed laneway suite and the edge of the laneway is landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what that kind of shaded area represents.
Yeah. Would you have any difficulty if we actually put that in as a condition? And the reason I ask that is I'd never actually heard of the objection that the gentleman raised today about people parking in that space. And I think that making it landscaping would discourage that parking, and parking in that area would create a problem for your laneway suite anyway, because that's a main entrance into your unit.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it is, we have to show it. Otherwise, if we don't, it will be a variance. So it is required by the bylaw that section has to be 75% soft, and our number we don't have a variance for it. So it's already there.
Okay,
it's built
thanks.
in, really.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, please.
So is there no parking requirement for this site generally?
No, there's no parking requirement. When we convert a garage to a laneway suite, parking is not required. So we have no parking variance.
No, but for the main house.
Oh, well, the original garage is where it was, but after the development, given the size of the suites and the proximity to Queen Street, parking is not provided unless we get a parking permit to park on the street, on Northcote. Street parking permit.
Okay, so, but is parking one of the variances you're requesting to go to 0?
No, there's no variances for parking.
Okay. So the other laneway suites and things that you've mentioned, how do they compare with respect to the variances you're requiring with respect to separation distance, angular plane, and height? Do they meet them, or did they require variances similar to yours?
Yeah, I don't have them off the top of my head. I know the one further down the street that was just approved about 8 months ago had some variances. I can't remember exactly. But as I try to mention, like, we designed this laneway house, this 2-story structure, is completely as of right if it was just another half a meter away. So, you know, under 6 meters, which is what we're allowed if we have the 7.5 meter separation. We have the angular plane starting at a 4 meter height, and then it goes up 45 degrees. That's all built in. Unfortunately, because of the existing separation, the height, you're only allowed 4 meters, and then the angular, and we penetrate that angular plane. So we kept that in mind, that we had this kind of existing situation, but we, again, tried to keep the massing, keep the angular plane for shadowing, everything, that it's about as close to as of right. No landscaping variances. But these variances are just specifically related to that existing setback, unfortunately.
So, but you chose not to go with just a 1-story laneway suite, though.
It's such a small garage that if we did, it really becomes almost unusable at that point, by the time you have a kitchen and a bedroom and living space. So we went with the 2-story so we can have a 2-bedroom, which now makes it a nice viable apartment for a single parent and child or a pair of roommates. And we still have a fairly decent amenity space on the main floor for the kitchen, living room, etc.
Thank you.
Okay, then, if there are no further questions for the applicant, we are going to go into committee. And I'm just curious about Mr. Nipfel. He had some technical issue this morning that disconnected him, and I'm wondering if it has returned.
Like he's
Anyhow,
coming back.
Mr. Nipfel, can you hear me? No, we have lost him. There he is.
Can you hear me now?
We do hear you now. You're back.
Okay, I monkeyed around with it and it's connected. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, then we can take the application into committee then for comments, moving toward a motion. If anyone wishes to make a comment. If anyone is ready with a motion, we can do that too. Ms. Hayes, please.
I'll start. I'm having a little bit of a difficult time with this one with respect to the, the built form that's going to be resulting. I hear what the Beaconsfield Residents Association has said with respect to it. I think that these are very small units. I think if the existing garage wasn't already taking up the footprint that it did, and the separation distance, unless they're, demolish that and start again. I think the separation distance is existing. It's not a huge unit. The angular plane penetration is mainly with respect to the dormer. I can support the application.
Thank you.
If my colleagues have no, okay.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support it as well. I think it is consistent with what's happening in the area. My only suggestion, if Joanne, if you were going to move a motion, I'd like to tie it to the site plan for that very reason about people parking in the laneway. I think that the proposal as presented to us would prevent that, and I think that's a good thing. So I would tie it to the site plan.
Okay.
Mr. Byett?
Yeah, the other piece that, like Ms. Hayes, I also had a bit of a wondering about this one. And then, when one looks at the existing structures in that same laneway, what's a little disturbing is that some of the existing laneway suites that are 2 levels, there's one in particular that has an entire terrace on the top of the 2nd level, and you've got a 3rd floor. My suggestion then would be that the application be tied to the plans as well, and I think then I'd be comfortable supporting it.
Okay. All the plans or just the site plans here?
I'd say all the plans, in particular the plans related to
the laneway house?
The laneway suite, yes.
Okay, so I would like to move a motion to approve the application, tying it to the site plan and the plans that are specific to the laneway house.
Thank you.
Would you consider also providing privacy screening on the north and the south edges of the main floor deck, which is elevated, in the 3rd floor terrace?
Sure.
Okay. There's the motion. Is there a second to that motion? That motion is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to approve. Please, those in favor, show your hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Application approved. And with that, the panel wraps up that segment. We now move on to what we refer to as the 3:30 segment of the agenda, starting with number 33 on which there is a deferral request. So we shall ask the agent for 33, it's the owner, I believe, to join us now by stating your name. Here you are.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Colin Mark, owner of 90 Law Street.
Good afternoon, Colin. Colin, please tell us where the need comes from to defer the application, please.
Yeah, it was brought to our attention by our architect that our dimensions on our plan would make it difficult for us to get approval for variance. So what we're looking for is just a little bit more time. Just some minor changes that we're going to do to the front porch, moving the stairs to a different area that allows us more space to make it a little bit easier. And at the same time, I see that there's quite a few comments from forestry as well as someone else. Sorry, it's escaping me right now, but we'd like to take those into consideration with our resubmission.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, to you then. We have no one standing by on this application to speak, so it's simply a matter of panel making a decision on the request. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
I just have one question before dealing with the deferral. You're asking for permission, like the variance is to go to 0 parking spaces, but then you want to do front yard parking. So you've seen the transportation report?
Yes, the one that came in on the 21st.
So are you trying to like not require front yard parking, or
No,
not wanting front yard parking?
Quite honestly, I'm a little bit confused by that statement. We currently don't have any parking on our house. We don't have any laneway in the back of our house, nor is there any front parking, just besides street parking, which is fairly contested right now with the new Tim Hortons, as well as the area just improving. So it's difficult to get a spot out front, and that's hence why we're trying to get a parking pad in the front.
Yeah, because, okay, I guess, and staff could probably speak to this better, but it's just that the variance you're asking us for is just to say you don't need any parking. But the purpose talks about that you want a driveway. So it's like, I'm not, like, even if we were to consider this today, the variance before us is to consider whether or not you don't need to provide any parking spaces.
Okay, so that's
Where
kind
my
of incorrect.
dilemma is in terms of how it's described versus what we're actually asked to do. But anyway, okay, so we're dealing with the deferral. You want to have some discussions, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'd be prepared to move a motion to defer the application to allow the applicant to have discussions and just any plans to seek clarity with respect to what they're actually proposing for the site.
Thank you. Second to that? It is seconded. Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion carried, unanimous vote, so the application is deferred. Number 34, 160 Morningside Avenue. Panel has before it submitted materials. There's staff report from Urban Forestry and also from TRCA. In support, there are 4 form letters. Owners and occupants of 155, 156, 158, and 170 Morningside. Applicant, please join us.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 160 Morningside Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, I'm just one moment, Mike. Okay, so Mike, you have 5 minutes now to make your presentation to the panel. Please proceed.
Yes, so as you mentioned, we're seeking relief to the bylaws today to create a two-story dwelling. The variances we are seeking are similar to approvals the committee has made in the past, and as you mentioned, we have collected 4 letters of support, and our clients have done extensive outreach, as you can see from the support map we provided that shows all the neighbors that they had spoken to and had some initial discussions with at the very beginning of the project. Upon designing the new dwelling, the clients stressed to us that this is a home they want to spend the rest of their lives in, and they have a growing family and have fallen in love with this neighborhood. With this in mind, we tried to draw something that would comply with the zoning bylaws as close as possible, while still providing them what they needed in order to ensure this is a place they could stay in the long run. And although we're seeking relief to the FSI for 0.41, this is well below other examples in the area, and specifically the street itself, where we see variances from 0.41 to 1.74, such as 155, 156, and 176 Morningside, that were all approved on similar types of lots. This is all also broken down in the C of A research that we provided earlier on. Front yard setbacks, due to the angle of the front property line and our front yard setback is being taken at the worst case scenario. If you were to pull up our site plan, you can see the dashed line that represents the average front yard setback only cuts through the left-hand side of our property. We've designed the new home to be in line with the neighbor at 158. This allowed us to be symmetrical to the street and provide adequate front and rear yard soft landscaping areas. As you can see, we have no variances related to that. As for the main wall height, although there's a variance for this, we've taken great care to keep the home in regards to the neighborhood, fitting in with the characteristics of what's been seen on the street as much as possible. We've again tried to keep in line with similar approvals. We're only asking for a 0.34 meter beyond the permitted 7 meters. And this is well in line with other approvals on the street, such as 44 Morningside, 83 Morningside, and a few others, where you see examples going from 1 to 2 meters beyond the main wall height permitted. Unfortunately, we're aware of the concerns the neighbor has and are sympathetic to their comments. Our clients have had initial discussions with them from the very get-go. Even before the letter was submitted earlier this week, they met a few months ago and had extensive discussions with them about some of their privacy concerns. And at that time, they believed to have what they thought was a very constructive discussion and agreed to frost some of the windows along that side, which were of their main concerns. I know in their letter they outline windows that could look into their bedroom. There's a similar situation now without frosted windows, so that was something that our clients expressed they were willing to do with them very early on. Our clients want to do the right thing here, and we've worked diligently to come up with a proposal that would meet the 4 tests. And with that said, we believe the variances are minor in nature and meet the general intent of the zoning bylaws and official plans when you take into context the existing characteristics of the neighborhood and how our proposal builds upon that. We also believe the proposal is desirable and appropriate for development and use of the property, as it will match similar 2-story dwellings found on the street already. Open any questions you might have at the moment.
Thank you very much. So panel, we have 2 or 3 speakers standing by. Does anyone wish to pose questions now? Let's go to the first speaker then.
Arisa Duda, you've been unmuted.
Okay, my name is Arisa Duda. I'm at 162 Morningside Avenue, and I believe that I am very severely impacted by this proposal. I did submit a letter to voice my concerns, and yes, it is true that Rip and Emily did speak with me, but I did wish to review the plans before I said anything. And upon reviewing things, I did see that there are these windows that are the wall of this new proposed building is moving right against a bedroom window that we have, the only one. I did submit in my documents photographs. I do have that window, illustration 4, and then what is happening is that these 2 windows, a bathroom and some stairs on the second floor,
Just
are
a second,
like
Arissa.
direct.
Just one moment. You're on. You're north of the subject property, so perhaps we could bring up the north side elevation, please. Go ahead, Arissa. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Excuse me, north side elevation?
Your house lies to the north.
Oh yes, my house is that north? I'm 162 Morningside.
I would think you're to the north then. Okay.
Okay, so I'm this corner lot, and I'm really quite cut off, like very impacted by this proposal, and the whole thing of moving a wall, and then this overhang, which is like it'll be like 2 feet away from the property line above us, is like an umbrella on top. This bedroom, this bedroom facing this will have just literally a wall and 2 windows directly into this bedroom. No, and I did provide my best simulation, illustration 9, as to what this means. It means nothing. This bedroom has got a wall and 2 windows directly, frosted or not, but they are directly facing into this window. And as I went up and down the street, I saw that nobody else, when people did make additions and changes to their properties, nobody would put windows directly into their neighbors' windows. So I believe that this is something that should be addressed. I mean, this would be like really suffering to have this new wall directly. It's so close, and then have these windows. And what am I losing? Well, I provided this illustration 1. Which is what these new neighbors fell in love with. This is the view. This is the beauty that everyone else on this street has a part of. These ravine-designated properties, or like 160 Morningside Avenue. It looks directly down the backyards of the neighbors, and to also enjoy this amazing place. And what they are doing with respect to us, I have to really just rely on the kindness of strangers. I mean, if this wall comes up, then I get a wall and 2 toilets, one on the ground floor and one on the second floor, and everyone else has this amazing place, which is where I would spend a lot of time. I lost a lot of it in the previous development on 164 Morningside, which essentially was also a very big wall, but definitely not this close to our property, like to the house, right? This new addition is directly facing into just and then it's going forward and backward and up with this overhang. So all the light, that could possibly enter to the back in the morning, and I did provide pictures of that as well.
Arissa, I'll ask you to make your
Yes.
final comment now, please. Please make your final comment.
Oh gosh. So the thing is also they want to cut down a tree, and I also am asking that maybe they can reconsider this. So my final comment is, please, do take it. Do acknowledge that I would like to have these windows, no windows facing us at all. It is if it's possible not to come so close to our property, and just reconsider things a little bit. Therefore, not expand the house so much on our side, because the gap is very important to us. Is that
Thank
okay?
you. Your time is up. Okay. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Mark, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Mark Bhattacharya. I live at 155 Morningside Avenue.
Go ahead.
I am one of the signatories to the support letter that was provided in the application. I am speaking here today to support the applicant on the basis that, in my opinion, the variances being sought are minor, and there are already precedences on the street and in the neighborhood consistent to what is being applied for. And the current house as it is quite old. The new build will provide a good fit and an attractive dwelling to the neighborhood. So on those factors, I am in support of the applicants, Rip and Amelia, in favor. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this speaker panel? Okay. Moderator.
Franklin, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We do hear you, Franklin. State your name, please.
Franklin Tall. I live at 159 Morningside Avenue.
Go ahead.
Across the street from Orissa's house.
Okay. Go ahead and make your comments to the panel, please.
Okay. First of all, there seems to be a typo on the application in requested variances number 3. It says the front east lot line. Seems to me the front faces south rather than east.
Well, here we're showing north being the direction that is pointing. So I would say this looks to be the east side. No? Looks to me like it's correct.
Not to me, but
to the street. Go ahead to the street. Is that not the to the east? Yeah.
Well, yeah, the street goes east-west.
The street is east-west? Oh, but the street has a 90-degree angle, right?
Yeah, later on it has a 90-degree angle.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Just pointing that out, and hopefully that people can take
Do the staff have some...
through you, Mr. Chair. The street would technically face southeast because of the curvature of Morningside Avenue west of South Kingsway.
Okay, look, if the planning people say that's okay, then...
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Franklin, with your other comments, please.
Okay. Yeah, in one of the previous houses you were talking about this afternoon, you required a permeable driveway. And how about doing the same thing here? Because we get a lot of water coming down, and where is it going to go? And as long as they're doing such a huge amount of construction, it wouldn't be such a big deal for them to make the driveway permeable. So let me suggest that. The other thing, I sympathize both with the applicant trying to get as big a house as possible for their growing family, and we certainly welcome them as neighbors. On the other hand, I'm somewhat sympathetic to Orissa's objections. It seems to me that it is unusual to have windows in this area. It's unusual to have windows facing each other from buildings that are close to each other. And I wonder if they can satisfy her more, maybe by making the windows unopenable as well as frosted, or if they can't actually move them. So see if they can do something about that. And it's true that the amount of light she's getting will be drastically reduced, which is a shame because she has lots of greenery that will probably die. So that's basically what I have to say. You know, we're glad to have these people in the neighborhood, but it would be nice if they could respond to, at least partially, to Orissa's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for this gentleman? Okay. Okay, let's go back to now the agent for comment. I'm in rebuttal.
Certainly. So, as I mentioned before, we're aware of the concerns that 162 have brought up. If you bring up the context photos we had supplied earlier, you can kind of see the general foliage around their property and how they're currently affected by the hill to the side and the vegetation itself. So we're sympathetic to the concerns about privacy into their bedroom windows and our own clients. Obviously, no one wants to look into each other's properties here like that. That's why they had agreed to do the frosting from the get-go. Some of these windows are also required. They serve bedrooms that would need access to light due to OBC requirements. So there's not too much we can do there, minus the frosting that we've already agreed to. We still believe our variances are quite minor when you take into consideration the characteristics of the area and the property itself. As I mentioned before, we took great care to design something that would fit in with the neighborhood, and we believe the overall design this does is quite well. The fact stands that any shadowing to the neighbor's property and windows is really unavoidable. The key to our proposal is we comply with the side setbacks. We comply with the overall height variances, which are usually the key factors in determining the case of shadowing on neighbor's properties here. There's no requirement to have a driveway along the side of the property here that leads to the back. We've removed the existing garage that's in the rear that should provide some additional lighting to their garden at the back as well. As I mentioned, we comply with side setbacks, we comply with the overall height. The variances we're asking for are relatively minor compared to what's allowable already. We're just asking for slight increases on the overall height. We, as you can see on the site plan, step into the front yard setback just by about 1 meter. The variances are relatively minor and fit in with the general characteristics of the neighborhood as it stands. There's also a lot of development happening in the area. There's multiple full-story, 2-floor and 3-story dwellings in the neighborhood. So I believe overall this application fits in quite well. And open any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Panel members, go ahead with your questions. Mr. Byte will go first, Mr. Nipfel second.
Thank you. Just for the applicant, the windows in contention from the neighbor to the west, or whichever direction that is, it looks like from your, I think it's the second floor floor plan, second floor plan. The one window is one that's that covers the stairwell going from ground level upstairs. The other one is a window that is at the bathroom, and there's a small window, the bedroom, second floor bedroom, or the bedroom number 2. I would assume that the windows, the bathroom windows, are likely going to be frosted, or is that a possibility to alleviate concerns? I can't see people standing around from the windows in the stairwell peering out, but are those windows possibly going to be frosted?
Yes, those are the windows as per the initial conversations our client had, that they were going to frost. And you're correct, the bathroom window, the stairwell windows, those are also higher up, you don't necessarily have the straight sightline out.
Exactly. And if I might just add another piece, which is something I was going to ask about anyway. The driveway, presumably the new driveway that will be created, can we add a condition to make sure that that's produced out of permeable materials?
So in terms of the soft landscaping on the property, we don't actually have any variances related to any of that. We provided substantial soft landscaping in the front and the rear. As you can see on the site plan, it's perhaps something our client would be open to, but hesitant to have that as necessarily a condition.
I realize there's no variance required there, except it would alleviate the issue of runoff if it's permeable material, so that you have water entering the ground, that water table, rather than running off onto the street. So, if that's permeable materials that are being used, that would certainly alleviate the neighbor across the road who raised that also as an issue.
Yes, if you give me a moment, I could just confirm whether or not they'd be okay with that. But yeah, just hesitant to say after that it's okay as a condition without knowing for sure.
Chair, while he's checking that, can I ask a question of staff?
Go ahead.
With respect to the windows, I think some of them are transom height, so quite high on that elevation that's under consideration. If we were to approve this and tie it to an elevation, would that, would windows be included in that from a compliance perspective?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Joanne, are you speaking of building code matters?
Yeah, or the placement of those windows. So at the moment, it looks like a couple of them or a few of them are more at a transom height. So like you can't see out of them standing up, but they provide light into the area. If we were to approve this and tie it to an elevation, does that then become, do those window placements and sizes kind of thing become, is that enforceable?
It is enforceable, but if there are changes that are substantially in accordance with what was approved, then the building division could still issue permits.
Yeah, I think you're like, it's just the placement of them, and I think that they've tried here to put some at a height that would, at least from the second story, not allow, someone standing up in the room to like peer over. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, we'll go back now to the applicant.
Yes, so I did get confirmation. They're open to having the driveway be done with permeable material if they end up redoing the entire portion.
Thank
you.
you.
So that is something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, is it? I'm sorry, I've lost track of names at this point. I think we perhaps misled people, because when we were talking to the lady at 162, the elevation drawing that was shown was not the south elevation, but the north elevation, which is not the elevation that she would be seeing. The one that's on the screen now, which is the south elevation, is the one that she would see. And further to the point that Ms. Hayes just raised, 4 of the 5 windows are in fact almost clear story windows. They're very high. I would argue they don't pose a privacy problem. You actually have to chin yourself up on the sill to actually look out of them. They're basically just to allow light inside the house. The only one that, in my view, is potentially an overlooked privacy issue is the rectilinear one on the right, on the second floor. And it's a bedroom window. You've already got a massive big bedroom window on the front of the house. I was going to ask whether you would be open to removing that window and leaving the other windows alone. It seems to me they don't need to be frosted. I don't think they're providing any privacy problem at all. except for that one bedroom window, and it looks as though it's an additional bedroom or additional window if you look at the floor plan, because you've already got a substantial front window similar to the bedroom on the other side of the house. So I think maybe we've gone about this the wrong way. This is the elevation we should be concerned with. I think that the approval should be tied to this elevation, and I think some consideration should be given to the removal of that one narrow bedroom window, and I'd like to know your comments on that.
Yeah, so I'm just checking with the client if that was something they'd be willing to do, but that was one of the windows we were planning to frost as well. So that would kind of block any direct view into the neighbor's property. Just waiting on confirmation from them if that's something they'd be open to, but that was part of the reason we were going to frost those windows. We did realize that one would be more of concern.
Okay, just while you're waiting for confirmation, we can see if there are any further questions. And basically the panel will make its own determination in this regard, but yeah. So there are no further questions. So I'd like to take the application actually into committee for some discussion. So perhaps we'll come out of committee in a moment or two to check back with the applicant on that. But let's go into committee now to look at the options here and make some comments and move toward a motion. We are in committee now. Go ahead, Mr. Byett.
I was just going to mention, the bedroom window that the applicant is busy looking at the moment. From what I can see of the side elevation, that particular window is actually fairly far forward, that it may not have direct view of the neighbor's home. I think the windows that are going to be frosted and that are at a pretty high level, those I think would have been more the issue that the neighbor was going to be raising. So I really don't have too much of an issue with regard to the window in bedroom number 2. Apart from that particular piece, I think this is a very reasonable application. And the one other advantage that exists between this house and the neighbor to the west is that there's almost an entire wall of greenery, which also provides that kind of privacy that the neighbor would like from the photographs that we've seen.
Thank you. Mr. Niffel?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have difficulty supporting this application. I think it's a reasonable proposal. I do think that the adjacent owner is concerned with privacy, and rightly so, but I don't think those concerns are valid when you look at the details of the plan, and that's fair enough. We look at plans every day, and that lady doesn't. It seems to me that the windows that are in the stairwell and the bathroom are clear story, and they don't pose a privacy problem. If the applicant wants to frost them, fine, but I actually don't think they need to be frosted. The only one that poses any kind of overlook, I think, is the side window in bedroom number 2. I think the proposal would be better if that window were removed. But if not, if it was frosted, then I think it's reasonable. I think with that change, I think this whole issue of overlook and privacy, I think we've beat it to death, and I think the solution is a reasonable one.
Okay, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking we could simply stipulate that all the windows on the second story of the south elevation be frosted to make it simple. Any thoughts, Ms. Hayes?
One of the things I think from past history is that it's hard to enforce the frosted in perpetuity, because they might get constructed that way, but if a window has to be replaced, who's going to enforce that? That's what we've heard in the past with respect to frosting of windows. But I don't think I actually Is he here now that you speak of it? I'm not sure that there's the same overlook issue with that bedroom side window. But I think the others are sufficiently high enough, their transom height, that I don't think they provide any overlook, and could tie it to plan and go from there.
Okay. Let's just go back to the applicant for a moment here to see if he has confirmation yet. If not, we'll go ahead with our own determination. So if you could unmute the applicant. Applicant, have you been able to speak to the owner?
Yes, I believe we agree with what Zahir's saying. This window is a bit more removed from the neighbor's property, so we believe the frosting would probably be the best bet here to move forward.
Frosting on, just so we're specific, frosting on which window or windows?
We're open to being along all those windows there on the second floor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going back into committee then. All right, so we know now what we know. Let's see if there's a motion. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said before, I don't think there's a problem with this application. I think that frosting that bedroom window is, I suppose, okay, although I think Mr. Zayat might be correct that the overview is, if it is there, it's rather minimal. So I would like to bring forth a motion of approval subject to tying it to the elevation plan, to the southern elevation plan in particular, for location of windows, and shape and location of windows. And I think the only window that needs to be frosted is the window in bedroom number 2, as shown on whatever drawing this is, which is the
drawing.
Z6.
Sorry. Yes,
Go ahead.
through you. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I believe the elevation plan is drawing Z9.
Okay, I was trying to figure out which window to frost, and I was doing Z6 because I referred to it as bedroom number 2, which is, I don't know how else to refer to it. So it's the window, the south-facing window in bedroom number 2, as shown on drawing Z6. That window could be frosted. I don't think the others need to be frosted.
Okay.
And there's also a forestry number 3 condition. If my colleagues want to frost all the windows, that's okay, but I don't think it's necessary.
If I may, Carl, just to add to that, the use of permeable materials in the driveway.
Thank you, yes.
Very good. Does that motion have a second? It has a second. Ms. Hayes. Moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, it's now 6:10. Let's take a short recess here. I think we'll take, I think we can get by with 10 minutes. Take a 10-minute recess now and return at 6:21 to resume. So 10-minute recess. Thank you very much. We resume. And I'll just prior to getting going, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Question for you, please, on this next application. We do have a request from Urban Forestry, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection to defer. Do we need to treat that as a full-fledged deferral request, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would do is ask the agent to speak to that. Because there are a number of reports from Urban Forestry imposing condition number 1 and 2. Perhaps the agent has had discussions with Urban Forestry, so perhaps they can speak to that memo.
But let's proceed that way. So here's the agent with us now, and I would just ask you to stand by for a moment, agent, while we read the materials into the record. So we resume with number 3526 GLENAYR Road. On this application, panel has before it those materials submitted with the application. There is an arborist report from July. There is presentation material from the agent received October 20. There's email correspondence from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection of Urban Forestry. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry, and also one from TRCA, and another from Tree Protection. So there's within Urban Forestry, we have staff reports from both RNFP and Tree Protection and Plan Review. In support, there's correspondence in the form of 6 form letters signed by owners and occupants of GLENAYR Road, STRATHMORE Boulevard, and 2 more from GLENAYR Road received on 17 October. Okay, so we shall now ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's Ian Andres, ANDRES, with Goodman's, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
Thank you very much. Okay, just before we get into the application, we're actually getting into the application, you're aware that Urban Forestry has actually requested a deferral. Have you had discussions with them in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, we have not had discussions directly with Urban Forestry. I can say that we were quite surprised to see that our NFP staff had filed that correspondence less than 2 weeks ago requesting deferral based on some concerns over the arborist report. The application was deemed complete when it was submitted. As the committee knows, the applicants are required to comply with the city's tree protection bylaw regardless of what happens on this minor variance application. So a fully supported application with either this arborist report, or if more detail is needed in the arborist report, that would have to be submitted for any tree injury or permit removal application. So, and I would also note that there is a more recent memo from Urban Forestry dated October 19th, which, as the Deputy Secretary Treasurer mentioned, just seeks to impose the 2 standard conditions for city-owned trees and private trees. So that seemed to us to supersede the earlier deferral memo. I'm not sure if that was an oversight or intentional. But in any event, we're well aware of what the private tree bylaw requirements are and the city-owned tree bylaw requirements are. Of course, Mr. Wengel's office knows that, and we're fully prepared to submit the necessary application. So in the circumstances, we don't believe a deferral is warranted or necessary. The trees that the RNFP memo had flagged as and circled on the correspondence as being issues of concern are at the rear of the lot. They're not going to be materially impacted by this proposal, and each of the trees in the rear yard is proposed to be preserved. So while there may be a permit to injure for 1 or maybe even 2 trees due to construction in or near the minimum tree protection zones, that's precisely the type of matter that's worked out through that application to Urban Forestry. And as you noted, TRCA staff have also submitted a memo indicating they have no objections to the proposal and confirming that it meets all of their policies and regulations. And then there are several letters of support. So this is not a contentious application. More than happy to accept the standard urban forestry conditions. But with respect, we request that the application proceed today.
Makes sense. Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, panel members, questions from you to the applicant. We don't have speakers registered in opposition here, so you're welcome to put questions to the applicant or to request a presentation. Any requests for presentation? I'm not hearing any. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, proceed.
Just a quick one. I'm just trying to find the appropriate plans for, I imagine it's a third floor where there's a balcony involved. Just trying to see if that balcony requires some screening or if there's any indication of screening. Oh, here it is. I think it's third floor plan. And there's a balcony indicated on the side. But is that balcony completely contained within the walls of the balcony?
Yes, Mr. Byatt, it is. It's actually within a dormer, and it's facing the street on the south side. And it's actually a requirement of the building code for a place of refuge or
Yeah.
I guess. And I would note it's only 0.41 of a square meter above the bylaw requirement. They've tried to keep it as minimal as possible.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, please.
Thank you. I note that this application has a sub-basement as well as a basement. If the committee were to approve the application, do you have any concerns with us tying to plans with respect to the length and depth variances?
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. No concerns at all. Preferably, it wouldn't tie to floor plans because there may still be some interior design changes, but as far as site plan or elevations go, that's fine.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little nervous in not including the urban forestry condition, and I'm wondering if we might do it this way. What I'm pondering is subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2, and also a condition that says that the applicant will provide urban forestry with the information necessary to confirm protection of bylaw protected trees. There's something as general as that. As you've indicated, that's what you'd be discussing with them, but at least it's reflecting their memo to a certain extent.
I think in principle that condition's okay, Mr. Nipfel. I'm not, if the concern is to make sure that sufficient supporting documentation is provided, absolutely, that's fine. If the way you had worded it, I wasn't quite sure if you were sort of presupposing the outcome of that application. I don't think we should do that through the condition because I think urban forestry's jurisdiction stands on its own. So any application to injure or remove a tree would have to be supported by proper documentation, and then it would be up to urban forestry to assess on its merits.
Okay.
Okay, then. If there are no further questions, I think we're ready to take this application into committee for any final comments and moving toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please proceed. Mr. Byatt next.
Mr. Chairman, I actually don't have any difficulties with this application at all. I was just concerned with the ravine and natural protections report. I don't think that this is going to pose any problems or difficulties for the immediate neighbors or the neighborhood. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition 1 and 2. I would like to include a condition that says that the applicant will provide urban forestry with information regarding the protection of bylaw protected trees. That's general enough, I think, to not come back and bite us.
Okay, let's let that motion stand for a moment while Mr. Byatt makes his comment. Mr. Byatt, your comment?
Just a comment initially, and then I'd like to perhaps second the motion. My comment would be essentially that I'm not a great fan of sub-basements, and it's massing in reverse. However, this particular example is one where the sub-basement is within the footprint of the home. So given that comment, I agree with Mr. Nipfel that it's a supportable application.
And do you wish to second the motion?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Moved and seconded, therefore. Oh.
Would you consider a friendly amendment with respect to tying it to site plans and elevations for the increment?
Certainly.
Very good. So the motion has been amended. It is moved and seconded in an amended motion to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved. And that takes the panel on to number 36. '89 McRoberts Avenue. Here we have before us applicants submitted materials and arborist report, August, and presentation materials from the agent, October 18. Agent, please, if you would join us by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Sandra Gava. My address is 31 Chamberlain Avenue. I'm the agent and architect on this file.
Very good. Moderator, we have someone standing by here, registered?
I'm attempting to dial them in right now.
Okay, we'll just... So we'll just wait for a moment to see if the registered speaker in opposition can be raised. While we're trying to do that, I'm going to ask the agent then to go ahead with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. If I could please ask that the presentation material gets pulled up. Thank you very much. So thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon. I'd like to start by briefly describing the overall construction method that we will be using here. So we are maintaining the existing foundation walls, the ground floor structure, and the ground floor walls and building on top for this project. As such, many of these variances relate to the resultant existing conditions caused by this renovation addition. So for example, variances number 2, 4, and 5 all relate to the front stair and the existing ground floor height. The extent of the front stair is necessary to get up to the existing height of the ground floor. So it's as minimal as it can comfortably be to get up to the height that we need. If I could please ask that we go to the next slide. So we are asking here for a floor space index of 0.89, which is well within the recent approvals in the area, including the closest new builds on McRoberts, which are at 0.092. Next slide, please. Next, we're asking for a wall height variance of 9.69 meters facing the side lot lines. This is very typical of the new builds along McRoberts over the last decade. Like these buildings, we also have our third floor setback at the front and rear, so that the 2 stories is predominant. And I would just like to emphasize that we are within the overall required height maximum of 10 meters. If I could please ask to go to the next slide. So for our rear yard landscaping, we are greatly improving what is there now, which is 100% hardscaped. Because we are adding a parking garage and the area in front of it, which most homes along McRoberts have, we have to include this in our rear yard calculation. Also, we're extending the rear terrace to the existing retaining wall, which is kind of highlighted there in red and which you might be able to see in the photos. So what we're really left with is a small area to softscape, which we plan on maximizing. Next slide, please. And lastly, variance number 7 refers to a cladding encroachment. Again, because this is a reno addition and we are simply replacing the cladding that is there now, there is no further encroachment to what already exists. And lastly, we have no objection from the two adjacent neighbors, which this impacts the most. Thank you, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Just stand by for a moment. Moderator, do we have that person now? No. Okay, so we have attempted to connect with the speaker who was registered to speak in opposition but are unable to do so. So, panel members, questions from you for the applicant, please go ahead. Or if there are none, then we would be ready to take the application into committee for moving toward a motion. So any comment or a motion, panel, please. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the applicant for their presentation material. It was very helpful, especially with the comparisons and the details of those comparisons. I think what's being proposed here is reasonable, and I believe it meets the 4 tests. It's certainly not out of character with other completed and in progress properties in the immediate context. And I would like to move a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Thank you very much. That's seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve without condition. Those in favor, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous. To carry the motion, the application is approved. Number 37, 14 Coates Avenue. Panel has before it submitted materials, cover letter from the agent, 18 October, staff report from Urban Forestry, 19 October. Correspondence in support from 26 B Coates, 16 Coates, 14 Coates, number 12 Coates, and Lauren Rembach, who provided no address. So we'll ask the agent to join us. Please state your name.
Good evening now. This is Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400.
It is indeed evening now. Very good. Just let me check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have speakers standing by? Okay. Mr. Galbraith, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. What is proposed is a fairly straightforward new 3-story detached dwelling with a front garage. It's entirely in keeping with houses in the neighborhood. With regards to the variances, the lot it's a pie-shaped lot on a cul-de-sac, and so the rear lot line is not parallel to the rear wall of the house. And the lot itself essentially sits on a 45-degree angle to north-south. So there is a small corner of the proposed house and that would trigger a rear yard setback, but the vast majority of the rear yard setback is maintained. This can be shown in my cover letter. With regards to the height, it complies with the height under the under the new bylaw, but the old bylaw currently is still in effect, and so it triggers a very small height variance under that bylaw. This is due to a high water table on the property that sort of has to push the house up a little bit. And the alternatives were to give a low ceiling in the secondary suite in the basement, or have an appropriately sized height in the basement of 7'11", not an overly high one, but this pushes the house up a little bit and triggers I think a pretty small variance, which is less than the height variance that was approved for the immediate neighbor to the north. I think it's a pretty straightforward application myself. I'm happy to hear from the neighbor or any questions from yourselves.
Thank you very much. Okay then. Panel, we have two speakers standing by. So let's go to the first one, please, to join us. Pardon me. State your name,
Hello.
please.
My name is Lev Yeager from 101 Roseneath Gardens.
Very good. Please address your comments to the panel. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Good evening. I'm also in support of some of it and have concern and objections for part of it. I like the neighbors. We've got along. Our kids have met, and so I actually was sheepish about having to come here, and we did do some talk before it. My concerns. So my support is also for the accessory suite, that it's a good form of inclusive housing. So I'm in support of that, and I also understand that they would want. They have a very small house right now, single story. The only objections I have are for it seems to me that the height variance is large. It's a third higher than the bylaw. 33% on the front exterior main wall, and the rear wall is almost a quarter higher, 23% than permitted by bylaw, and that impacts on our use of our backyard for garden because of the shadow. We do a lot of vegetable garden, as do our two adjacent neighbors whose English isn't the greatest, so they do not come here. And it would just, it would really dramatically, the shadow, because of the eastern sun during the growing season, if you look at the way the position of the plan on the lot, you look, right, and you see we're at 101, which, see, it's a little fuzzy on my screen, but perhaps you can see it better, that we're directly to the west of the proposed structure. So from to the northwest. So the sun in the growing season, it doesn't get right overhead at our latitude. It's really going to dramatically cast shadow on our backyard and our two adjacent neighbors' backyards, where we do vegetable gardening, and we have a fruit tree. So that's really our own concern, real objection. And then the small was a sort of something that we thought we could negotiate, would be if the driveway, which is wider than usually permitted, could be permeable, just like that, to allow better less water runoff to our sewers, and knowing the family, I don't think they'd object to that. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks very much. Questions, panel? I do have one question for you, and I'm just looking here at the configuration of the subject property and yours, and I'm wondering about the shadow effect that you're concerned about, because the actual distance between the subject property and the rear of your house and the ones in that line of houses seems to be quite substantial. Do you really think there'll be a shadow effect?
I tried, unfortunately, I don't have use of the modeling programs that the large developers have, right? I would love, I'm a carpenter, I would love to be able to, I made a little bit of a mock-up and just tried to use a flashlight to reproduce, and it seems that I got a sense of it in real life because of the adjacent neighbor that has a similar projected height, has similar to projected height, and I was able to just mark out with little stakes the shadow at different times, and that neighbor doesn't really reach our house much. shadow until later until the sort of mid to late afternoon. So then, so we really, our morning light is the more significant one, and that's where it will be significantly affecting, right? You can see when the sun's below highest, below zenith, there will be shadow cast toward us.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's return to the applicant to hear his thoughts on this. And again, I am noticing that we have somehow lost Mr. Nipfel once again, so hopefully he'll be able to rejoin us. Okay, applicant, your thoughts in rebuttal to issues raised by the speaker.
Sure. So my clients dropped off plans on October 5th and only heard from the gentleman. I apologize, I didn't catch the name. About 2 hours ago. So in the last 2 hours, the architects tried to do some shadow modeling. It's too late to submit to yourselves, but they were able to confirm that during the growing season, which is March 9th to October 6th, there will be no shadow from the house on the property at 101. Again, because as you correctly noted, it's sort of northwest of the subject site. During the sort of the autumn through the spring, there will be a very, very small amount of additional shadow that will be gone basically by 10 a.m. And there's more shadow from the fence that is on the property than there will be from the actual house. You can actually kind of tell on this image here, there's a bit of a topography. 101 sits up higher a little bit than 14 does. So that also helps lessen any potential for shadow.
Okay, and the speaker also made a reference to permeable pavers on the drive. Comment on that?
I've texted my client and the architect to try and get an answer to that. I can't imagine that it would be a problem. I don't have a yes on that, but I'm sure that if that was imposed as a condition, they would be fine making that work.
Very good. Okay, then panel members, questions for the applicant. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just looking at the site plan as well, the rear of your rear yard has a very large area, from what I can see, that says new hardscaping. I'm just wondering what materials you're using. I mean, you don't have a variance for landscaping in the rear. That's not an issue. But when you've got issues perhaps of drainage, and you mentioned that the water table is fairly high, the runoff that you might have from hardscaping may present problems as well. I'm not sure what direction the land here slopes in, but it may affect your neighbors. What was the proposed materials to be used for that hardscaping?
I don't know. That didn't come up in my discussions, but I'm sure that if the committee wanted to impose permeable pavers, that would be no problem.
Thank you. I think that would be quite appropriate.
No problem.
Are there further questions? Ms. Hayes, please.
Mr. Galbraith, what's the height of your proposed build to the newer, to number 12?
To number 12? Number 12 is 11.8 meters, so we're a little bit shorter than it.
Okay, thank you.
That's what it got its variance for.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you can see, it's a much tighter lot. There's less room between the houses. It's quite a narrow little one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hearing no further questions, let's take the application into committee. Once again, we are without Mr. Nipfel, but hopefully he'll be returning. And but let's go into committee. We still have quorum. And Ms. Hayes, go ahead, please. Mr. Byatt had his hand up too, second.
Yeah, we were kind of tied, so it's
Go ahead.
okay. Thanks, Zahir. I think on balance, although certainly it's going to be a larger home than what's there, and sometimes on a the base of a cul-de-sac, it might even look tighter. I think though on balance, the variances being requested are I can conclude they're minor in nature. I don't think it's unrepresentative of some of the built forms that are ones right next door, but others in the area. And I would be prepared to move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 3, but further to the comments that Mr. Byatt made, I would add a condition that the front driveway and the hardscaping in the rear be constructed of permeable materials.
I would second that.
That motion is seconded. Moved and seconded for approval. We can go ahead here. We do have quorum, so we can go ahead here without Mr. Nipfel, sadly. And we'll let the record show that he was simply technologically separated from the meeting for this time. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. That's a unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 38 is 16 Elgin Avenue. Before the panel are applicants submitted materials, arborist report, August, staff report, urban forestry, tree protection, and plan review. There is opposition, correspondence, and it originates from 17 Boswell, 20 Elgin, 20 Elgin Unit 2, 23 Boswell, 21 Boswell, Terry Montgomery and Lynn DiStefano for the Annex Residents Association, and 14 Elgin. So let's have the agent join us first, please, by stating your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Ian Andres again from Goodman's, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400.
Thank you very much. Okay. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So this property is within the East Annex Heritage Conservation District, just north of Bloor and west of Avenue Road. It's a mature area, as you know, with beautiful heritage homes, many of which are quite large, with 3 stories and length beyond the bylaw standards. The existing 2-story house on the subject property is currently and will remain one of the shorter houses on the street, with taller buildings on either side and the balance of the street. The neighboring house at 20 Elgin to the west is currently much longer than the subject property and has been for decades. It also has a balcony projecting further, and there's a board fence along the shared lot line where the rear extension of this proposal would go. There's a couple of houses further west of 20 Elgin that are even longer and longer than what's proposed in this application. There are also similar building lengths with rear yard ancillary buildings on the south side of Elgin and the south side of Boswell. It is indeed a prevailing condition in this neighborhood. Many of the houses also have large balconies, which do not comply with current bylaw standards, and upper windows overlooking the neighboring yards. This is true of adjacent houses on Elgin, and it's true of the large 3-story stucco house to the north at 21 Boswell. That house is depicted on the 4th page of our presentation package. There's a couple of photos which show how the massing of that house is perceived from the subject property. And we're raising this not to complain about that, but just to show that it is the existing context from which the neighbors who are objecting are making their objections today. There are some double standards going on here. Another interesting feature of the annex neighborhood is that rear yard ancillary buildings are very common. Many of them have been converted from original coach houses or garages. And page 5 of our photo package shows several examples of multi-story rear ancillary buildings. That is also part of the existing character of the annex. Because this is in an HCD, there are significant limitations on the types of alterations that can be supported. There were extensive discussions with heritage staff and the local heritage committee about adding a third floor to this house. The intention has always been to maintain the streetscape appearance and the front portion of the dwelling, but our client wanted to increase the height within the bylaw permissions, similar to the adjacent houses. Ultimately, however, this was not supported by staff after several months of discussion on the basis that the plan does not permit additional height taller than the roof ridge, which would be visible from the street. What HPS staff instead suggested was to create new space above the existing garage to create a coach house type condition in the rear. This was a suggestion and design direction that arose out of the lengthy heritage review. And since it was clear that heritage staff would not support a third story, our clients and the architects pivoted to a different design, which would be accepted by staff. The owners have 5 children, they're hoping to soon have lots of grandchildren, and they want the ability to comfortably host family events. There are constraints within the existing floor plans, including the fixed location of a historic fireplace. So in order to create the living space they need, if they can't do a third floor, the only thing they can reasonably do is extend the main house and add some space above the garage. There's no commercial uses being proposed in the garage. It's additional personal space for the owners to use for themselves. The variances in the main house are building length and an extension of the 0 side yard setback condition that exists on the west side. And this would maintain the footprint and the massing of the existing dwelling. The soft landscaping at the rear is currently 0%. It's paved all the way across, and there's a garage back there today. So what's proposed is actually an improvement, even though it's less than the bylaw standard. The applicant is willing to consider the setbacks of the garage to the north and side lot lines are also existing conditions. What's proposed here is to pull the front of the garage further towards the house in order to actually fit modern vehicles. And what's proposed on top is a modest height increase of 1.45 meters above what the bylaw permits as of right, to be consistent with other coach houses in the area and to provide for that additional living space. As I mentioned, staff have supported this from Heritage, and community planning has not raised any objections. I know there's some letters of objection submitted by neighbors surrounding the subject property. With respect, we believe many of their concerns are exaggerated or based on incorrect information. We'll wait to hear what they say and respond as necessary. But there is extensive tree coverage in the rear yard, and we submit no basis for the assertion that there is unacceptable overlook, shadow, or sky view impacts here. The proposed rear extension and the proposed garage will not impact the neighbors in any material way. There's one bylaw protected tree proposed for removal along the shared lot line with number 14. That will be addressed through an urban forestry application. We're understanding and willing to accept the standard urban forestry condition. That tree has been identified by the arborist as being in poor condition, and we're willing to continue discussions with the neighbors as we work through that process to see what might be possible. Overall, we feel the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw is being maintained here. The proposal is fully compliant with the Built Form and Neighborhoods policies and the Heritage Conservation District Plan. And while we understand that the neighbors are resistant to change, change does not equate to impact necessarily. This proposal is reasonable, it's measured, it maintains
your
the
final
heritage
comment, please.
And with that, I'll respectfully request that the committee approve the application subject to the standard urban forestry condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to attempt to get Mr. Nipfel on the line. Carl, are you there?
I am.
Oh, good. Okay, then. So,
but I don't have any access to WebEx. I don't have audio or video.
Okay, but you still have your access to your own personal files on the application. So,
I do.
Good that you are with us, Carl. So, just for the information of those watching, the panel right now does have 4 members, but technologically one of them we're unable to connect with visually, but we do have him by audio, and he's able to follow the proceedings by audio. So we are a 4-member panel as we proceed into the rest of the agenda. So right now, we do have speakers standing by on this application panel. There are 3 or 4? 4. There are 4. So Panel members, if you have questions now for the speaker, you can, or for the agent, you can put them now or wait till we hear from the, shall we wait till we hear from the speakers? No, let's go ahead with the speakers. So speaker number 1, please.
James Lorimer, you have been unmuted.
Good evening. My name is James Lorimer. I'm at 20 Elgin Avenue. I'm a co-owner with my wife Nancy, along with George and Elizabeth Baird. So we're the property immediately to the west of this house. There are multiple concerns about this proposal, and I'll focus on the ones that are most obviously impactful of us, and that has to do with the proposal to extend the building out from the existing further out towards the garage. If you look at the existing drawing, you'll see that the existing house is set back 2.2 feet 4 inches along. It's on the, if you look at the site plan, you can see the setback from the lot line, 2 feet 4 inches, and then there's a kind of an angle bump, and there's a portion of the existing house that that is built on the lot line. If you look at what's proposed here, the easiest way to see it is on the ground floor plan, which is in the submission, and you can see where the proposal is to yes, you can see the proposal is to add a bump sort of 2/3 of the way along the existing house. There's a little portion of, yes, right there, L-shaped portion. So that would involve taking out the existing wall on the house and building an extension, that L-shaped extension, and then building right up against the property line, which is our driveway, which both George Baird and I use as a driveway, and parking for our flat is in that driveway that goes alongside the existing house. You'll also see that the proposal is to, the extension of the house to the rear is proposed to be right on the lot line. The objection is that this is already a substantial house. It's been a 2-family home for many years. The proposal would add a substantial amount of square feet to the existing house. And the objection that I want to highlight is that to the idea that there should be a variance permitted to allow them to build this extension, the new construction out to the property line. They can still have a substantial addition to the house, an extra square feet, without needing to build on the property line. And of course, what that means, their representative said that change doesn't mean impact. Well, in this case, to see how it would be possible to construct these things without having any, it's impossible for this to be constructed and to do it without impact on our use of the driveway for parking and for access to the rear of the house. There are many other concerns about this proposal, but since there are other people speaking to other matters, I'd just like to highlight this. This, as I say, this is already a substantial house. There's no need for the extra square feet that would be gained by permitting a variance to build out to the property line when any extension could be done and observe the variant, not to require a variance in order to be able to get onto the property line.
Thank you very
That's
much.
what I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Lorimer? No. Okay, then. Let's go on and hear from the next registered speaker.
George Baird, you have been unmuted.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the committee. I'm the co-owner with Mr. Lorimer and our respective wives at 20 Elgin So I won't repeat what he said, since I agree with the points that he made. Only to add 2 points to it. First of all, because as Mr. Andre said, we're in a 19th century neighborhood, our driveways are not wide. They would not meet current standards. So given the disruption to our driveway, which would be caused by the construction of these 2 additions on the property line, our use of our driveway would be severely impacted. Not to mention the fact that the existing wall on the property line becomes over twice as long along the property line as the existing building is. So Mr. Andres is kind of, finessing things by saying that the existing condition is already on the property line. That is true, but he's making it 2.5 times as bad as it is now. On top of that, they're actually showing windows in the wall on the property line, which is also a gross intrusion on our privacy. He also underestimates the impact of the second-story garage even on our property, since it will cast some shadow. In addition to that, I want to express my sympathy for the Walters at 21 Boswell, on whose rear yard, of course, it impacts profoundly. So, and the last point I want to make is that your members of your committee have complimented earlier applicants in the session today for the thoroughness of their consultation processes with their neighbors. We received a package from the agent, well, not the agent who's here tonight, but the architect for the proposal, which was a skimpy submission. I asked for some supplementary material, which was provided, but then almost only a week later, we got the notice of the hearing having already been scheduled. So effectively, there's been no substantive consultation with any of the neighbors whatsoever. So it's on that grounds that we're respectfully requesting you to reject this application and to recommend to the agent and the owners that they undertake a real consultation process with the owners to see what might be acceptable, and a much less drastic submission than the one they're requesting of you today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker? No? Okay, then. We shall move along to the next speaker.
Ian Flett, you have been unmuted.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Ian Flett. I'm here for H. Bauer Investments Limited, that is the owner of 14 Elgin Avenue to the east of the subject property. The ancillary structure that is being proposed is probably where again it creates a direct overlook condition for 2 properties. When you take a look at the plans in the elevation plan, you see a row of windows. So you would have an overlook from those windows into the rear yards of 16 and 20. And that is an unusual condition. And contrary to Mr. Andre's submission to you that ancillary structures and coach houses are the norm in this area, his own client submission would seem to refute that. His client submission demonstrates 5 coach houses or 2-story garages on Admiral Road. And if you know the area, you'll know that Admiral Road is on the outside of the HCD and subject to a different zoning standard, and is not part of at least the immediate context and would be debatably part of the geographic neighborhood. The only other example is on 82 Bedford Road, and 1 does not mean prevailing. In fact, this would be the only 2-story ancillary structure as far as we can tell on Elgin Avenue, and within the tract, much of the tract that is covered by the HCD. The ancillary structure would also require, apparently, the destruction of a tree that is shared between my client and Mr. Andres as a client. We have indicated that we would not consent to the destruction of that tree. And further, that tree is a mature tree. And although the applicant's arborists have tried to stigmatize it as an invasive species tree, it is still part of the urban canopy. And the suggestion that that tree is in poor condition is not accurately reflected in the applicant's own arborist report, which indicates that on 4 measures, it's actually in fair condition, and only in respect of the injury to the trunk is it considered to be in a poor condition. And our arborist has indicated to us that that is something that can very easily be remedied, and that the tree itself has vitality and a long life ahead of it. Both the HCD and the official plan recognize mature trees as forming a part of the city's physical character and should be maintained. Of course, you've heard many times, and I'm sure you're sensitive to the idea that not only should mature trees be maintained, but so too should the space on which they can be grown. And you'll notice a variance in this case for soft landscaping of some 9%, a little over 9%, where 50% is required in the rear yard. You'll notice in the site plan that there's a hammerhead turnaround. Our interpretation of that hammerhead turnaround is that it actually provides the opportunity for a parking pad. Now, that is what is existing there now. And it could be arguable that because it's an existing condition, it might be factored into what might be developed there in the future. But when coupled with the greater size of the proposed ancillary structure and the proposed depth of the addition to the existing home, that's how you get a squeeze on any available soft landscaping and the potential to create another parking spot in the rear yard, which hardly can be said to be part of the prevailing character of this area. What you do see from any review or any visit to the site is a lot of green space, trees, lawns, and the rest of that. And so on whole, it's our submission that simply put, both the depth variance and the variances required for the ancillary structure are not in keeping with the physical character of the area, violate official plan policy 4.1.5, both in the immediate context and also in the geographic neighborhood. They would introduce adverse impacts, mainly from the overlook, which is not a normal condition. Yes, Mr. Andre submitted images of homes overlooking homes, and these are not large estate rear yards, but it is not the norm to have windows on a second story looking out over neighbors' yards. For those reasons, we would urge the committee to refuse the requested variances, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, panel? Hearing none, we shall move to the next registered speaker standing by, and ask that person to join us, please, by stating your name.
Calvin Lance, you have been unmuted.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So I represent the owner at 21 Boswell. 21 Boswell, if you look at the property data map, is located immediately to the north of the property in question. The subject property has a garage at the rear with the rear property wall right on the property line. Effectively, there's no setback. We sent in a letter of objection. It's on the file. When you look at the survey on the file, you see the location of the garage, and you'll see there's no setback, and you'll see the relationship to my client's house at 21 Boswell. Now, that relationship to a proposed two-story ancillary building is uncharacteristic in the block. What the survey also does not show is that on my client's rear yard, there's an existing pool approximately half a meter from that garage wall. And so with the approval of a two-story or increased height second floor on an ancillary building, there will be effectively an 18-foot wall towering over a pool. The pool's to the north, wall is to the south. Going to be a decrease of sunlight increase of shadow. They're going to feel the effects on the shoulder seasons, decrease of sky views. They'll be directly across from the rear views of the house at 21 Boswell. Now, we heard about the character of the area, but I want to speak about the garage as an ancillary building. Now, ancillary buildings are to be modest in their size, in their scale, and the zoning tolerates a minimum setback to the property line because these buildings are to be modest in scale. But when you start taking an ancillary building, making it 3 times the size of what's permitted, it's no longer modest. And so we're going to have a sacrifice here of soft landscaping, as we've heard, in exchange for this overdevelopment of the lawn. I'd also like to point out that in the notice that was circulated, there was a reference to the use of the ancillary building as accessory space. But that is inconsistent with what is shown on the architectural drawings. And if you have access to the architectural drawing labeled garage upper floor plan, that drawing is labeled as providing office/painting studio space. So they're putting office space above a garage with a bathroom and a kitchen sink and a fridge and a dishwasher and a walk-in closet. And so we heard Mr. Andre say that this is not a commercial space, but I think it's important to recognize that there's an inconsistency between how the use is being characterized in the notice, how the use is being labeled in the drawings. And the zoning bylaw under section 150.5.60 on ancillary buildings and structures, it specifically says.
I'll ask you to make your final, pardon me, I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yes, that home occupation is not permitted in accessory buildings. So I urge this committee to recognize that there's a number of issues with the variances, individually and collectively, that there'll be a direct impact on my client and the other neighbors, and that I'd ask that these variances be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay. Okay, then hearing none, we'll go back to the agent, who will have a chance to speak to the issues raised in rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with the comments from Mr. Baird and Mr. Lorimer. Just to clarify the record in terms of consultation, one of the architects from Mr. Wengel's office actually personally met with Mr. Baird at his house for more than half an hour and walked through the plans. So I don't think it's fair to say that consultation was lacking in this case. In terms of construction concerns, there are buildings built in the city all the time and approved and constructed along shared lot lines, whether they're party wall buildings or buildings built right to the shared lot line. There's nothing unusual about that. The city has bylaws which deal with right of entry, and construction matters are not something that this committee is typically concerned with because they don't go directly to the minor variances. And what we're told in any event is that the construction can happen almost entirely from within the subject lot. There might be 1 or 2 days of disruption for that L-shaped portion that needs to be built next to the shared or the driveway of 20 Elgin. But we believe that that can be worked out with the neighbors and is not a significant impact in the grand scheme of things. In terms of the overall structure, there's a lot of hyperbole, again, being espoused to the committee here. This is not something that's 2.5 times as long as the existing structure. That's simply factually incorrect and fundamentally incorrect. The extension that's being proposed is about 6 meters from what's there today. And as I mentioned, the existing house at 20 Elgin, which is a 3-story structure with large balconies and lots of windows overlooking the rear yard, is already itself 22 meters in length. So to suggest that a proposal here that's 1.26 meters longer than what has existed at 20 Elgin for decades is somehow inappropriate is again stretching common sense. Second-story windows in this neighborhood are absolutely the norm, in contrary to what Mr. Flett submitted, and the shadow impact assertions here are exaggerated as well. I believe it was, I'm not sure if it was Mr. Flett or Mr. Lance that suggested that the ancillary structure is 3 times larger than what's permitted. The fact is that ancillary structures are allowed to be 4 meters in height, and this one is proposed to be 5.45 meters. So it's 1.45 meters taller than what is permitted. And to suggest that that's going to cast massive shadow impacts on neighbors' swimming pools or create thermally uncomfortable conditions, which is one of the phrases used in Mr. Lance Client's letter, that's simply hyperbole, and I would urge you not to accept that. The coach house character is common in the annex neighborhood. Our photos we submitted were not intended to be a comprehensive list of every single other example where that exists. It was intended to be representative. And I would remind the panel members that this design direction was suggested by Heritage Preservation staff as an alternative to not being able to build a 3rd story because they could not get comfortable with a 3rd story that would peek out over the ridge line. So this is something our clients have tried to do to respect the heritage character of the neighborhood. And with all the objections being cited, it's really quite frustrating for our clients to listen to all this when this is what city staff suggested would be a more appropriate proposal for the site. With respect to the tree, we understand it'll require a permit from urban forestry. We're prepared to accept that condition and to go through that process, and whatever happens out of that process will happen. So that's understood. That's not something that should hold up this approval. And if it turns out that urban forestry denies that permit to injure or to remove that tree, then our clients will have to adjust their application accordingly. And then finally, with respect to Mr. Lance's client at 21 Boswell to the north, the existing house at 21 Boswell is a massive 3-story stucco house. It's not in any way respectful of the heritage character of the neighborhood. It's a modern structure, and it is full of windows at the back and large balconies overlooking our client's yard. And you can see the photos that we've included in our package on page 4, which depict this loud and clear. So to suggest that somehow there's going to be a negative overlook impact from a 2-story, 5-meter tall ancillary house when the overlook potential from the large balconies at the rear of 21 Boswell are what they are, it's just a double standard. And again, we urge the committee to reject that. And then finally, this whole narrative about home occupation is a red herring. First of all, it's not true. I was very clear in my submissions that what the owners are intending here is additional personal space for their family use and their extended family use when they hold gatherings. And it's alternative space that, you know, there's nowhere else to really put it if they can't get a 3rd story on their structure like all of their neighbors already have. And regardless, we're not seeking a variance to modify and permit home occupations. That's simply not what's proposed here. So that whole narrative is not something that the committee needs to concern itself with either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel members, your opportunity now to put questions to the agent, if there are any. Go ahead. Mr. Byatt, you go first.
Yes, thank you. I'm just, I have a few questions, but the first one that I'm looking at the, I think it's the, I was trying to identify, it's a garage, ground floor plan of the garage. Is the garage intended to hold 1 or 2 vehicles?
The intention, sir, is for it to hold 2 vehicles. I think I know where you're going with this, and I appreciate that the plans show a car turntable there. That's an idea and a concept that our clients are exploring with the architects. That's not something they're wedded to, and it might not be something that makes a lot of sense at the end of the day. The reason that the driveway has the hammerhead condition that Mr. Flett pointed to is not in order to create an additional parking pad in front of the garage. It's to allow for a turnaround space for cars to get out of, for the 2 vehicles to get out of the garage, turn around, and then, you know, not have to back out of the long driveway, but instead drive forward out of it. So although it's shown on the plans, and I acknowledge that, the intention is that the garage will be made large enough that 2 modern vehicles can comfortably fit in it.
The other question that I had, and this goes back to the site plan. Bear with me a second while I just put it up on my screen. So the on the site plan, the solid black line is the intended or proposed extension of the house. The house depth is going to be substantially increased. And you can see the area that there's a balcony indicated in the middle of that space. So currently, what's underneath that area? Because that's not the developed portion, I assume.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bide, I'm not quite following which area
If
you're
you look
referring
at the
to.
site plan and the rear of the site plan, the solid black line is a dashed black, there's a dashed line as well. The dashed line indicates permitted outline. And the solid black line, I'm trying to see if there's a label attached to it. I can only assume that that's the proposed extension of the house.
If it helps, sir, the presentation package that we had filed actually has a color version of this site plan that makes it a lot more clear what the permitted outline is.
Find it. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it too. So the if you look at the colored drawings that you have, there's at the back of the house, 2-story addition. So that space currently, presumably that's a garden space.
There's no garden at the rear, sir. Today it's all paved. If you look at the survey, if you have access to that, you can see that what's there today is pavers leading up to the existing garage that there's a photo of. There's a stone patio. There's a 2-story veranda feature at the back of the existing house. But beyond that, it's a paved asphalt driveway with some stone patio to the west of it.
Okay.
And then there's a board fence along the full extent of the property line shared with 20 Elgin.
Okay, thank you. I do have concerns with regard to the soft landscaping variance that is required or requested.
The soft landscaping is serious because the Committee of Adjustments' focus on soft landscaping has become very, very sharp because of the strong feeling that each property should do its level best to absorb its share of stormwater. And the instant that one property is asking for a deficiency in this regard, it means that other properties have to work overtime to try to absorb the water. So please give us your insights on how number 4 variance, how we can consider that minor, which is one of our tests, at just under 10% where 50 is required.
Yes, sir, happy to answer that question. So let me start by saying I already mentioned this, the existing soft landscaping is 0%. I appreciate that's not the only metric that matters, but what's proposed is an improvement. It's not the 50% that the bylaw requires. Our client is prepared to accept a condition requiring permeable pavers, which would address the stormwater infiltration issue, at least to some extent. Our client's also open to doing further greening of the space, I'll say, along the west side, which is not part of the driveway leading into the garage. And the portion of the rear lot that needs to remain a harder surface or permeable pavers for cars to drive over is really going to be determined by the functional nature of getting in and out of the garage. But beyond that, our client's absolutely willing to add additional vegetation, soft landscaping, even a green wall along the fence to the extent that helps. We're flexible in that respect. So again, happy to accept a condition requiring permeable pavers. That answers your question.
Permeable pavers are better than asphalt paving. However,
Yes.
they do not equal the value of proper soft landscaping on a one-to-one basis. Okay, any other questions for the Ms. Hayes? Go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
With respect to the zero setback, is there other properties in the immediate context that would have a zero setback on one side of the property for the extent of the length that you're proposing? And my second question is with respect to the ancillary structure. Your presentation material did provide some photographs of others in the broader neighborhood. There was some submissions that some are outside the heritage area. But I'm very concerned with respect to the size of the square footage, and also that, it doesn't seem to be predominant in the immediate context of street or neighboring street. So I'd like to just hear a little bit more from you on those issues as well. And also, we have nothing from Heritage or planning on this application. You've indicated that you've had a lot of discussions with them in coming up with its design. Did they provide you with any written materials in that regard?
So starting with your last question, I've seen correspondence to and from Heritage staff dating back to January, February, March of this year, extensive correspondence, which started with the earlier proposal that I mentioned for a third story and culminated in Heritage staff advising our client that the third story was not going to be something they would support, and that instead our client should consider adding additional space above the garage as a coach house type condition, and that's acceptable to them. So those are email exchanges. I have them. I could forward them to the committee to the extent that's helpful, but I don't know if they're in your file today. And as you know, when planning or Heritage staff do not speak up, it's because they don't have any issues with the proposal. So that's the information I've seen, and I guess that's as far as I can take it today. With respect to your question about other buildings with a zero setback for this much depth, there are other homes on Elgin with a zero side yard setback. I understand there's one being built right now. I don't have the information precisely to give you today, and so I don't want to overreach and speculate other than what's evident from the property data maps that we've seen. Whether any of those zero side yard conditions extend for the length that's being proposed here, I couldn't tell you with accuracy today, so I don't want to mislead. But what we do know is that the existing house is built on the lot line, for the extent you can see it on the screen today on the survey, and the addition would be another 6 meters or so in a location where there's currently a board fence extending all the way back. So what's being proposed instead is a 2-story extension where there's a board fence today. I don't think the impacts of that are significantly greater.
Okay.
And then the last thing I would direct you to is the 3-dimensional massing image. That's the last page of our presentation material, which I think puts the proposal context with the neighboring properties, and you can see how the volume of what's being proposed, really does fit with the heritage streetscape, and even this additional length at the back is not out of character when viewed in a 3-dimensional way.
Thank you for that. All right. Are there any further questions of the applicant? Hearing none. Let's take this application into committee for discussion, moving toward a motion. Mr. Nipp will go first, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll start off. I have real concerns with some of these variances. Number one, the length, the landscape landscape variance, and the height of the ancillary structure. I have some difficulty with the explanation that because Heritage was unable to support a 3rd story on the house, that resulted in a 2nd story on the ancillary structure, when in fact the use of that 2nd story is as a painting studio and an office. I don't see that connection. I listened intently to hear reasons why variance number 1 and variance number 4 were reasonable in this context, and I didn't hear them. What I heard was that the variances that are being proposed to us today are creating considerable hardship to a number of adjacent properties. And I would argue that I also concluded that it's out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I don't want to belabor this any further, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not able to support this application. I think the variances that are before us are quite unreasonable.
Thank you. Other comments, anyone? Mr. Byatt?
I'd like to just concur with Mr. Nepfel. The variances that he has trouble with are similarly the ones I have trouble with. For those reasons, I don't think I can support this application either.
Nor can I. Ms. Hayes?
I don't have a concern with respect to the depth of the structure because I think it is very similar to the neighbor. I do have a concern with the zero lot line. I have a concern with respect to the size of the accessory structure in terms of its lot line to lot line and 2 stories. So the area above what's permitted under the bylaw, 40 meters squared versus 136.04, I can't consider that minor. I think there are opportunities to maybe improve. I think there's enough room to make some improvements to this proposal, but in its current form, although some of the variances don't cause me specific concern, overall I can't approve what's being proposed as a built form.
Who is ready with the motion, please? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application as presented.
Thank you. Does that have a second? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to refuse the application. Those in favor, show of hands, please. So that motion is carried by a unanimous vote, and the application is thereby refused. The panel moves along to item number 39 on our agenda, 499 Sackville. And on this application, panel has before it those materials submitted by the applicant. There is a previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2022, which affected the subject property. There is a staff report from Heritage Preservation Services. There is support, correspondence from 386 Wellesley, and also 4 form letters in support from 491, 495, 501, and 503 Sackville. We'll ask the applicant's agent to join us, please.
Hello again, committee. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 499 Sackville Street, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Good evening to you. Okay. Panel members, do we require a presentation on this application? We do not. Okay. It's quite minor in nature. Are there any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is an extremely minor variance request, so I have no problems in proposing a motion to approve. I believe there are following conditions. Urban heritage has a condition. Planning has a condition related to, oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. I don't think there's a planning condition, I beg your pardon. No. And I think that's it. It's just urban heritage.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Vote is unanimous. Motion's carried. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 40. Number 8, Holborne Avenue. On this application before us are those materials submitted by the applicant. There's a cover letter from August 9th. There are emails from City Planning, a staff report from Urban Forestry. There is opposition correspondence from 1 Virginia Avenue and from Sean Driscoll, who provided no address. Okay then. Let's have the agent please join us.
Good evening, committee. My name is John Boone. I'm an architect acting as agent for the owners of 8 Holborne Avenue.
Very good. Okay. Right, we don't actually have registered speakers standing by. Is that correct? No, we do not. Panel members, do we want a presentation on this application? There was correspondence in opposition, but no speakers registered in the opposition. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions, Mr. Chair.
Go for it.
So when I was doing a site visit the other day, can you tell me what the height is of the 3-story that's currently under construction on the opposite side of the street? And did it need variances? And if so, what was approved from a height perspective?
That is a good question. I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't know. Similar to what ours is, but I could certainly say that for a discussion of the project as a whole, but unfortunately, I don't know exactly what the height of that particular building is.
So, okay, so in terms of the project as a whole then, you know, you're looking for height variances and front and rear wall variances. What submissions do you wish to tell us that suggest that this is minor and appropriate and meets the intent and purpose of the zoning and OP?
Sure.
So that there's some context, because, you know, I saw that one and I thought, okay, well, maybe there's one at least that has it, but I would appreciate the numbers. But if you don't have those, let me know what you'd like to suggest is the reason why this is okay.
Okay, sure. Could I pull up the drawings for the project? I'll just jump quickly to the site plan and the 3rd floor plan. So this is the site plan for the work. So now quickly in retrospect, to go back, the project was deferred in May, just based on planning comments that we had received expressing concerns with the proposal. So since that time, we've gone back and forth with planning to basically reduce or get rid of 2 of the variances and then reduce the remaining variances. So I'll speak to the most contentious of which you've raised, Joanne, which is the height that we're looking for of 10.58 meters on the sidewall and an overall height of 10.92. If I can go to the 3rd floor plan, if you can scroll down, this is the site plan. I think the 3rd floor will still show a view from the street. So there it is there. Yeah. So what we've done, and originally, to be fair, the owners had contemplated a full 3rd floor addition, similar to many of the 3rd floors that are approved in the area. So now, understanding that their house is a little bit unique because of they've got a split level and ceilings on the ground floor that are, there's a 10-foot ceiling on the ground floor. So what they've done is they've brought the 3rd floor back. So it's basically set back about 20 feet from the front wall. So from the sidewalk, it's fairly, I'm not sure that it would even be seen. And you can get a sense from that with the 2 before and after photos on this same page that we're looking at here, with the 3rd floor brought much further back. So by doing that, by reducing the height, which was effectively, the height variance was triggered by what was a parapet wall, or it was made larger rather by a parapet wall, which has been removed. And so, essentially what the owners are just looking to put a third floor in this house. They've garnered support of the neighbors on both sides, the neighbors behind their address. So there's like a kind of a 180-degree of support from the neighbors nearby. And I think that, they want to put third floors too. So I think that there's no decrease rather to the landscaped open space. So I just think in total for what we've done for the consultations we've gone through with community planning, that it is an appropriate addition to the house. The third floor will only have 8-foot ceilings, and so that 10.92 figure is basically triggered, by the fact that we're putting a third floor on a house that is just a little bit kind of higher. But hopefully by having stepped this back the way that they have, that that it is cognizant of the of the higher number of 10.2. But I think that the massing is generally appropriate. And I think to the owner's credit, they've been the concessions they've made to kind of remove what was a rooftop patio, that it's been made much smaller. There was a pool that's been taken away, and the wall has been taken back. So I can leave it there. I don't know where my time is, but I think that that's the general argument that we would put to this.
I'd like to read to you, applicant. We have written correspondence in opposition to the application. One of those letters begins this way. It says, "The house in question as it currently exists, with first and second stories with heights in excess of 10 feet, and with a step up of 4 feet to the first story from the ground level, was not designed with the intent to add a third story. As a result, when a third story is simply added on top, as it's done in the application, the resulting building's height is significantly greater than permitted values." That's a pretty good insight. I'd ask for your comment with respect to that. To me, it's already a tall building. Here we're making it taller. The setback could help, but we're still making the overall height taller. So the view from the rear, for example, is going to be that of a very tall 3-story. Your comments, please.
Yeah, sure. There's a large mature tree at the back of the lot. I'm sorry. So, and I think this is why the neighbors behind are actually okay, because they're not really going to see this per se. Like in the winter, yes, but in the summer, there's a large mature tree. Now, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the commentary about the height, and I think that with every project measured on its own merits, I'm sure you're well aware that there are 10-meter variances that exist, and it's kind of a function of where the first floor is. You're absolutely right, but I'm not sure if it's fair to the owners to say that the house wasn't designed that way. I think that if it were a new house from the ground up, absolutely, I'm sure that they would be willing to make concessions. But in this particular case, and this is the question that we put to planning at the outset, is a third floor a plausible idea for this neighborhood and for this house? And so, I think that it is, and I think that it's been brought down to a size that, that is appropriate, that does recognize the impact from the street. And then finally, when you look at a lot of other houses that might have a little bit less height, there's two things to consider. One is that the old bylaw from 2013 and prior measured, the definition of height was different. It was going to the midpoint of a roof, whereas now it doesn't. And so when we did a street survey, like if you drive around the neighborhood, maybe not this particular block, but there's a lot of front-facing full 3-story additions, and the impact of that on the street, because it's closer to the eye, it generally tends to be more impactful. So in this case, from the street, we're not going to see a difference.
Thank you very much.
There,
Okay,
sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any further questions, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also did a site plan and reviewed this site. It's a very tall building. It matches the building immediately adjacent to it. And did I understand you to say that the adjacent owner is looking to put an addition similar to this on his property if this application is successful?
No, I indicated that they're in support of the application for reasons that I'm not aware of, but they're in support of this application. And my sense is that that kind of support indicates that they might consider doing something similar, but they've not had any, that indication was not made to me, and I don't believe that there is an application in to that effect.
Okay, I'm inclined to agree with you that the third floor addition probably won't be visible from, or barely visible from the street, because it's been set back, which I think was a good decision. You received a deferral to consult with planning and to consult with neighbors. Can you tell me what consultation you had with the neighbors and what changes that resulted in?
Well, the main consultation was had with planning, with community planning, and their concerns were very similar to the concerns that were raised originally by the neighbors, some of the neighbors. And so the time has been spent to address planning's concerns, and I believe and I hope that to some extent the neighbors' concerns are addressed. Well, I would say that they would be, having removed 2 of the variances and having reduced the variances for height and for patio size. Like, we don't expect any condition for overlook. Like, it will be a smallish patio on the 3rd floor. So, the neighbors have spoken with the owners, the neighbors nearby, but obviously not everyone agrees to the proposal, and I respect that. And I've read the neighbors' objections letters, and I'm in spirit. I totally understand what they're saying, but I believe that there's a balancing or a middle ground to find here, and I'm hoping that the owners have been able to, to do that by massing this building the way that they have.
Thank you.
I think the committee is reluctant to engage in deferrals because they just cost an incredible amount of time and they're not always successful. But when a deferral is as specific as this one, to negotiate with neighbors, I think there was an obligation on the part of your owner to actually do more outreach than has taken place. So I think that's disappointing. I think the current problem that I see, and maybe you can help me with this, I worry that the balcony is basically just a line on a plan, and there is no way of long-term administering the fact that the balcony is supposed to be that size, that it won't just ultimately expand and cover a large portion of that 2nd floor roof, and that to me would be disastrous. I'm thinking the project would be much better if the balcony wasn't there. If in fact the balcony is to be provided, I think there needs to be some mechanism for limiting its size other than a number in the variance. There needs to be some physical way of monitoring the size of that balcony over time.
I think it's time to take this application into committee, so we could compare our thoughts on it. So let's go into committee now. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Carl, when you mentioned balcony, are you talking about the deck on the 3rd floor?
Yeah, it's shown as a deck, but it's basically it's a small balcony.
Okay.
But it's a very small portion of the roof space, and my concern is that there is no way to determine how big that space is going to be. What prevents the owner from just spilling out and covering the entire roof?
Would tying the any approvals to a plan, would that not mitigate that to some degree? I mean, in the long term, we can't control what somebody may do illegally, but within the context of what's required or what's requested. One of the challenges I find that it's not a challenge actually, but the perception. Looking at the images that have been presented by the applicant here, he said the front 2nd floor of these homes have this, the facade has got this raised portion above the windows that gives it this monumental look, which I think is also, suggested the house is actually taller than the original house is actually taller than it is. Having stepped the 3rd floor back, I think that certainly makes a significant difference. So I don't have too many challenges with this particular structure.
Other comments, anyone? I find that, you know, the setback we've all acknowledged is in the right direction, but the overall height is still very, very much an issue with me. Next door to a bungalow and so on. So is it really sensitive? I don't really think it is sensitive to the neighborhood.
I have similar concerns to Carl with respect to, you know, controlling, given what the previous application was, and certainly I'm not saying that they're going to go back on their word, but, you know, there was originally a much larger footprint and a pool up there or a hot tub. So it pulled it back a bit, but if we were going to prove it, I'd want to tie it to side elevations. One of the things that concerns me is and not just with this application, is that, you know, we haven't been provided with other examples of specifics, but also language that, you know, the applicants have, you know, made concessions and cut back their concerns. I think sometimes there's people forget that the bylaw is the bylaw and they're seeking permissions to go above that. And I have some concerns sometimes with the language that's used. Having said that, however, and Carl, you probably noticed this as well, the 3-story that's across the street. But I think that was more at grade in terms of the first story. So this is why I was asking the question about how high the house was, because it didn't seem to be as high up to the first floor. But I think that is a definite improvement over what was before the committee before. But I would, if we approved it, I'd want to tie it to a side elevation for trying to control some of the things that you were speaking of, Carl.
Okay, then, thank you. Is anyone ready to move with a motion?
I'll try it and see where it goes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose that we move to accept the application. There is a planning condition attached, and to incorporate what Joanne had just indicated, that it be tied to the side elevations.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Is anyone ready to second that? I think I see Mr.
Start here. Would you consider a friendly amendment? Would you consider that the 3rd floor deck is to be tied to this plan that I've got, and that its maximum dimensions are they're in 12 foot 4 inches by 6 foot 3 inches. That's exactly what's provided here on the plan. And then could we tie it to actually the plan? It's is this the roof plan that I've got up here or not? Whatever this plan is that I've got.
Should be the third floor plan, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's a 3rd floor plan. If we tie it to the plan and those dimensions, then maybe there's some hope in trying to limit its exposure.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Variance number 4 speaks to the area of the 3rd story deck. So if committee is to approve this application and it becomes final and binding, and that 3rd story deck becomes larger, then it's not in accordance with the approval.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Yes, it's right there. Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't think we need to address that separately.
So perhaps the condition could be to tie to all elevation plans and not just one elevation, if that is something to consider here.
I actually think, Sabrina, I think that tying it to the third floor plan is actually more meaningful than the, well, at least in terms of the deck, is more meaningful in terms of the deck to tie it to the third floor plan. And I appreciate that there's a square meter size in the variance. I'm just nervous that, sure, it's a number somewhere and no one will pay any attention to it. I'm really concerned that it's going to expand out to cover the whole roof. So I would like to tie it to the third floor plan because it's actually pretty clear that it's limited visually as well.
So perhaps you could consider tying to all plans, and that would capture site plan, floor
okay,
plans, and elevation plans.
Okay, that's a good solution. Thanks.
Okay, then. So do we have a? So with there's the amendment. Do we have a second then for the amended motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. So we have an amended.
I think this will then be the highest house on the street.
I think it will too.
We are relying on the setback to that being the case, and I think you're right.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not questioning the motion. I'm just was making a comment.
Yeah. So we have an amended motion, moved and seconded, to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Those in opposition, show of hands, please. So let the record show that Mullock is in dissent. The motion is carried. The application is so approved. Thank you. And panel moves on to number 41. (53) Dunvegan Road. On this application, before the panel are those materials submitted. There is a revised site plan, and there's a staff report from Urban Forestry. So I'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff received further revised plans, so perhaps the agent will speak to those revised plans.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, when were those further revised plans received?
I'm just checking the date now. John, they'll be in the very late file. If you can bring those up on the screen.
Today, 9:30.
It's showing as of this morning, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that being the case, the panel members this morning were, of course, right here involved in hearing other applications, so panel members will not have had any opportunity to see those plans whatsoever.
So they are on the screen now,
Okay.
and perhaps the agent can speak to these plans.
Very good. Okay.
Good
Go ahead,
evening, everyone. It's been a long day for you. Lauren Rose, I'm the architect. I can explain the plans. Yesterday in the afternoon, we
just
finally
one
came
moment,
to-
please. Just one moment, Mr. Rose. Stand by. Do we have anyone standing by to speak in opposition?
No, we do not have anybody else speaking in opposition on standby for this file right now.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rose.
Yes, so yesterday, after months, I guess, of negotiations, we are actually in agreement with the next door neighbor. So the reason I sent the plans to you this morning was because they're actually the old plans with the change for the site plan. So if you're going to approve this, we ask that you approve it according to the latest site plan, which was also sent in yesterday.
Mr. Rose, the neighbor you're talking about, is that at 51, the gentleman that raised the concern with the,
yes,
link?
Correct.
Okay,
so,
thanks.
If you recall, we were sent back. I think everyone was in agreement. The biggest issue was the height of the garage and the setback. So as a result of negotiations, The next door neighbor is receiving clear bunch of beech trees to cover the extension and the height. So he actually chose to let us build a little higher, or the original height, without lowering the roof, as long as we gave him all the trees, which you can now see as circles on the plan. There is one change to the application because we didn't know if we were going to get it. So variance number 6 should now read, the new dwelling will be located 1.17 meters from the north side.
Just a second, let's make sure we capture that.
It used to say 0.94. It is now going to be 1.17 meters.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rose. Let's get to go slowly here.
Sure, number 6.
Variance number 6.
Yes. Oh, it's been fixed. Okay.
It's there.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So everything has been fixed, and I can answer questions. We had 29 letters of support. We spent a great deal of time negotiating with the next door neighbor. He is now in support. He's withdrawn his letter of objection as long as it's substantially in accordance with the site plan.
Thank you for that. Other questions, panel, for Mr. Rose? Mr. Nipfel first, then Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both Ms. Hayes and I were on the original panel for this. So could you bring your new site plan up again, or can somebody put it up? Is there some notation on there as to how big those trees are and what they are?
I think it says there. No, it's at the south end.
Yeah, there you go.
12-foot beech. It says right. No, those are. There's no height on those ones. I assume they're the same, but they're on our side of the property line.
Above there, yeah. Just go to the left.
A little bit. Sorry,
Okay.
they're beech trees. I don't know if I said beech. 12-foot high. That was the agreement. That's a civil agreement, but that was what was agreed.
And did you discuss the number of them? I mean, how many is this? One?
We did not discuss the number of them because they have to be spaced accordingly. This is just a graphic. We did discuss the number of trees that are on his property, which are, if you pan to the left, you'll see we've agreed to plant 4 beech trees there. We included the number there. We didn't include the height, but the other ones, it's basically from the line where there's a window to the back, so that he has privacy. And they kept getting added, and that's why it took till yesterday to get everybody on side.
I think there's 20 trees there, but I'm reluctant to give the number because...
Do not give the number because I don't know the diameter of a beech tree.
Yeah. So how would you describe them? Because we're going to need some words in a decision if this is approved. That there's 12-foot high beech trees provided along is that the south property line?
Sure.
And extending from the, let me see, the east property line too, and I need something to indicate where they end. So we need some words along those lines.
So through you, Mr. Chair, you can make any condition you want. I just recommend that you don't get too specific because Committee of Adjustment can't enforce that. This is a civil agreement. Any trees planting is a civil agreement. I do not think you want them in your decision. You can do it if you'd like, but it's as per the plans submitted, the site plan submitted, and I think that's safer. There is a complete written civil agreement between the two, so if you want a dimension, it was never discussed. It was just to the windows, to the end of the property.
Where can you explain what you mean by the windows?
If staff can bring up the south side elevation. South. So
okay,
it's from the edge of these windows, the 2 little windows back.
Yeah. Actually, it's for
to
the basically most of the length of the breezeway and the garage, right?
Exactly. I mean, we kept adding more, just to make an agreement. He will have complete screening all through the year. The leaves fall off in the spring on a beech tree, and then they grow right back. So all through the winter, he'll have screening, and he's satisfied with. Mr. Eskin is satisfied.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Just so that I'm clear, there's actually no changes to any of the variances that were before the committee before the application's identical. Is that correct?
The changes were variance 6, which is now, it is correct on the variances.
Okay, I thought that was what showed in the original notice. Okay.
No, the original notice said 0.94 and 0.31.
Okay. So there were a number of people who objected to this matter before. Did you have discussions with all of them?
We've tried. There were not a number. There's 29 neighbors of support. The gentleman to the east, we tried, never, he, when we did go, he couldn't talk to us at the time, tried several times. You know, planning has vetted this. They didn't have any concerns after speaking with me and understanding the length. Don't forget the garage.
So can you remind,
if it was detached?
Sure. Can you remind me again, Mr. Rose? You had made some of these submissions at the earlier hearing, but other examples of the length and depths you're requesting, I think you had raised some at the deferred hearing.
So in some of my, there's some location maps. No, not, it's some of my, what's it called? It was, I had submitted them. Staff could find, I don't see them in the side there. They were there. There was colored maps of, it was an area map with similar corner houses.
Was this in the original hearing date?
Yes. They're on the application center. I saw them.
Yes, John, if you continue scrolling down, you'll get to the maps.
Yeah.
So I got a pretty good memory, but I can't remember.
So
Thousands of
absolutely
applications.
fair. I got you. No, that's
no,
not.
keep going down, John.
Just in future, it would be helpful, even if you did a cover letter saying that, you know,
There.
your submissions are similar to what was presented previously. That would be helpful
Sure.
for us. Thank you.
No problem. So I've indicated on this one here, other corner, the City of Toronto sees corner units as very unique. They require parking off the long side. And so in many cases, the garage is in the back. Some of them are attached, some of them are not. I can't really see what's showing here, but these are all similar ideas with very long houses with garages detached or attached in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
If there are no further questions for the agent, we'll take this application into committee for discussion and moving toward a motion. We're in committee now. Are there any comments, or does someone have a motion? Mr. Nipfel, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is a reasonable outcome to the concerns that were expressed previously. Like Joanne, Ms. Hayes, I thought that there were more objections too, but if we've got agreement, that's terrific. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 1. And I would like to tie the approval to the revised site plan. And I would like to say that there be 12-foot high beech trees to be provided along the
south
property line as indicated on that site plan.
Does that motion have a second? It does. Ms. Hayes seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That's a unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you very much. Okay, at this stage, we have just 2 items left on our agenda. However, we've been going a couple of hours since our last break, and we have been going for a number of hours today. So I want the panel to be fresh for these last 2 applications because I can see them potentially taking some time. So I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. We'll come back in 10 minutes to resume with the final 2 applications. Thank you. We resume. And we resume on agenda item number 42, 393 Berkeley Street. On this application, committee has before it the materials submitted with the application. There's a cover letter from the agent, October 17. There are minutes from the July 26th hearing. And there's opposition correspondence from 389 Berkeley Street from William Vasilou. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Heather, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Heather Doubledam. I'm the architect and the agent for the owners.
Good evening. Panel members, do we want a presentation? Do you have questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually only have one question, but it flows from the opposition. I don't, which opposition is it? The opposition from 389, is he going to speak today?
The letter was withdrawn on July the 20th. There was a misunderstanding. He thought it was going to be a rooming house. So I actually spoke with him on the phone, and then he emailed the Committee of Adjustment technician asking to withdraw his letter. So that information should be on file.
Yes, Mr. Nipfel,
So
there are
that
no...
perhaps answers my question, because I was concerned with his assertion that it's 24 illegal units. So if he has indicated he's withdrawing his
this is a single family dwelling, so he was, he didn't actually look at any of the documents that were distributed, but I did have an opportunity to speak to him, and he realized his error and asked for his letter to be withdrawn.
And that's from 389, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The rest of the letters are just notes of support from the adjacent neighbors. Would I be able to make a few comments of explanation for this application?
Yes, you can. I'm going to just put a, maybe this will help you with those comments. I'd like to put one question to you before you begin, and that is that as I read the variances requested, you know, the depths, for example, sound pretty significant. 22 where 17 is permitted, for example, and my sense is that these are prime. You know, we understand it's a multi-generational family situation, and so on, but still the situation is still one of these are design choices that have been made. So that's my concern, is that they're design choices rather than being dictated by the weirdness of the lot or something. So you may want to address that in your remarks.
Okay, thank you. I was planning to actually. There is an existing dwelling on the site. It's a heritage property. If you refer to the site plan, which is a 1.1, there's a dark toned area that shows the size of the existing dwelling. So at the bottom there. So the proposed addition is the lighter toned area, which is actually only 0.8 meters longer than the existing. And if you note, the property to the south is actually projecting 2 meters further out into the backyard than our proposed addition. So it's actually not even as long as the length of the adjacent dwelling. On the north side of the laneway is all commercial properties. So it's kind of a unique site in that there are a lot less neighbors affected by any proposed alterations or additions to the dwelling. There's also a laneway, you can see the Dr. O lane to the north, and then a laneway to the east, Catbird Lane. So that's why there's a proposed laneway suite there. The lower level is a garage for parking. There's currently a partial garage there. Everything is in a pretty terrible condition, so the neighbors were pretty happy that that the owners were going to be converting it to a single family dwelling and building a new. Our client actually went on a tour with the Toronto Police Services of the laneways at the back, and the TPS indicated that they prefer that the laneway suites go property line to property line, because they don't really like it when there's gaps or recesses in between. In this particular neighborhood, it's a Carlton and Parliament. So that was part of the rationale for the kind of zero setback on the north side. But the majority of the variances proposed are in relation to kind of extending the line of the existing roof line, which is heritage, and eaves, the height of the existing eaves. So they're variances that are really triggered by the existing heritage home, number of them on the main dwelling. And I guess one of the other 2 points I wanted to make to kind of address comments that have been raised quite a bit today, because there are things that we did think about in the design, is that the dwelling actually steps back quite significantly. You can see the one-story, there's a one-story addition at the back, which is the kind of the 0.8 meters. Then you can see there's a dash line there. That's actually the second story steps back, and then there's a little addition on the third story, which is only, I think it's just over a meter. And so that stepping also helps to reduce the massing at the back of the property. The owners are proposing a green roof on the laneway suite. This is something that we do in almost all of our projects. And they've also indicated, even before it came up today, that they're proposing permeable pavers for the small courtyard. in the backyard. So overall, we were trying to be kind of sensitive to all of these environmental issues, which is very important to our clients and to our practice.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, your opportunity to address questions to the applicant. Mr. Bike, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say thank you very much for that explanation, because just looking at the variety of variances and some of the numbers kind of worried me a bit, but the site plan actually explains quite a bit. I think this would be quite a positive change to the laneway in particular, so I think that's a good sign. A quick question with regard to pardon me, the glass. It's glass guard. I believe it's on the 3rd level. Is there any issue with overlook towards neighboring properties?
Well, not at all, actually, because if you look at the 3rd floor plan, scroll to A2.4, please, John. The roof deck is set back quite significantly. See the line of the adjacent house to the south there? It's actually set back really significantly from the adjacent property. And then on the north side, as I mentioned, it's all commercial properties, so there's no. Oh, and also on the east too, there's no homes on the east. It's a U-Haul parking lot. There's a restaurants because it's Parliament Street. So this is actually the kind of the last dwelling in this section, and it's shielded by the dwelling to the south. So there's no issues with overlook whatsoever.
Great, thank you.
And you can see if you look as well at the side elevation, which is like the north elevation, which is drawing 3.3, I think. No, 3.2. 3.2. You can see the line of the existing, oh yeah, you got it there. The line of the existing eaves and roof that's being continued. We had conversations with the Heritage Department. They were pleased to see the front of the house kind of returned back to its original state, and that the line of the roof is proposed to kind of continue as well, and that the addition is really all at the back. And I think there's a report from Heritage saying that they have no objections to this.
Great, thank you.
Okay, then, if there are no further questions of the applicant, let's take this application into committee for final comment and a motion, please. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start this off. From what I can see, this is quite a well-done project, and it certainly will be quite an improvement for the neighborhood, particularly this portion of the neighborhood. There aren't any conditions from anybody, structures within the city, so there aren't any conditions. I would like to move approval of the application as is, no conditions attached.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve without condition. Those in favor, please show of hands. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application. Thank you, panel.
Mr. Chairman, might I add that it's refreshing to hear the applicant have such good knowledge of her project. She was able to answer all the questions very clearly and explicitly. I know this property quite well, and her answers were great.
Thank you. We move on now then, panel, to the final element on today's agenda, which is 52 Beresford Avenue. On the application we have before us, copy of the minutes from the 27 July public hearing. Copy of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry, tree protection. There is only opposition correspondence received. Received from 50 Beresford, 51, 54, 50 A, Beresford. From the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. From 45 Dury Street. And also from 35 Beresford. So I'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm the designer and here on behalf of the owners. We're at 537 Rogers Road. And as you can see, we're proposing a new fully detached dwelling. Originally, it was a previous architect had gone for 4 units, but it got changed now to a single-family dwelling. We designed it, and after the fact, we knew that the owners didn't realize there was a change, and we had gone forward with a single-family, and we made some changes from the original plans that we originally had. I can go through each one. The original, when we came first for the number 1 was 1034. We had dropped it now to 9.98 meters. Number 2, the main wall was 9.07. We have now dropped it to 8.77. 6.6 times the area of the lot. Originally was 338.2. We brought it to 333.67. We took 6 inches off the side of the one house. We were, or 15 centimeters, and we now made it 3 feet or and a half, or 1.05 meters. So we increased the side yard, which wasn't a variance, but we did increase it just to accommodate the neighbor on the side. Their house is actually close to the property line. And for item number 4, remained the same, was with a 0.1 meter to the front yard setback. And then the number 5, we originally had 10.9 meters. We brought it down to 10.3 meters. So we made some changes from the previous submission. We feel that what we changed is in character in the area. I've attached a lot of pictures from the houses in the area that are higher and got approved as well. And as for the GFA, if you put the side elevation up, you can see that
just a moment, please. Side elevation, please.
They're calling it a 3-story because we don't have a basement on this house. There's actually 3 levels, but there's no basement. And that's because of the way the lot slopes down on the side. So we have more above grade than we do below grade. So they're calling that as a basement. And another concern that the neighbors had was the deck at the back. The deck at the back, there was no variance for that deck at the rear, but it was 14 feet above grade, or in meters. I have it here in front of me, was 4.26 meters, and we dropped it by adding 2 steps and 3 risers. So now the deck's going to be 11 and 7.5 with 3.5 meters from the grade at the lowest point. And we did that because they were neighbors were concerned with the height, and we would like to go a lot further. But as you can see, the first floor plan, the kitchen and living areas at the back, and we don't want to go down too many steps to go to the deck. So we did lower it to accommodate the height a little bit, but bringing it down to the ground level wouldn't be good for, like if you have a barbecue, you don't want to go all the way down 17 steps to go to the barbecue. You want to be at the same level as where your kitchen is. But we did drop it, like I said, 3 risers to accommodate some of their concerns. And one of the concerns was the neighbor on the other side, the privacy on the 47 Duria. I think that's the address. But there's all green evergreens there, so there's no privacy. It's always she can never look into the backyard as it is. So I don't know why she had a concern with that. And we're not proposing to take those trees down. As you can see on the arborist report, we have a tree protection on that zone. So those trees are all to remain. But thank you, and I'll listen to what the neighbors have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay then. So panel members, let's hear from the neighbors. We have 3 registered to speak. Why don't we hear from them and then come back to the agent? So first person registered, please, moderator.
Viola, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Viola Karupis. I live at 50A Beresford, which is directly south of 52. I'd like the committee to know that I'm not opposed to a single family home. What I am opposed to is the obvious massing of this property. I did have an impact study done. If they could bring it up on the screen just to basically see what the home actually looks like on our street. It should
It's coming, Viola. Just give us a moment. We'll catch up with you.
Okay, here we are. So what we've done right now, the house in yellow is the existing home looking north. And if they can just slowly scroll through this, you can get a general sense of, here it is on the basic map. I did use the city's 3D mapping to create this impact study, but if we could scroll up again, that's the house in question. This is what it would look like in built form, going north on Beresford. If we could just continue up, this is the house going south on Beresford. This is what you're looking at in red going south on Beresford. We can continue the slide up. This is just in block form on the street, and the rest of the basic area in the city's 3D massing. And the next slide is what the actual home will look like. Oh, you scrolled a little too fast. Go back up just one. This particular one is what the house looks like in comparison to the other homes on the street. If we continue up, still slide up a bit. What I'd like to show is the backyard. Sorry, I guess you're going down. I'm looking up. So yeah. Continue down, continue. Now here we are in the backyards. Okay. As you can see, this is the deck in question. And we had asked for a couple of things at the community consultation. Number one, this is a 1.2 FSI that they're asking for this site. We asked first and foremost, would you be willing to go to 0.9, which would give you a 2,700 square foot home, which all the other new builds are in the 24 to 25 range. And this one comes in at 3,600 because it's 3 stories above ground. The answer was no. Then I asked 2 questions. Number one, would you be prepared to do sort of like a Juliet gangplank balcony to staircase down, have your entertainment section on the ground floor? No, that didn't wash. The other thing I asked is if they could build out the first ground floor, it's all above grade, and then step back the second and third floor 10 feet, which would give you, this deck actually is 295 square feet just for sizing. So it is a massive deck that just adds to the huge mass of this particular property. And they said no, they weren't prepared to lose any square footage. Everyone else gets 1.2 in the neighborhood, and they should be able to get 1.2. It's sort of like a schoolyard antics here. And even though the lot is larger than the standard 25-foot in Swansea, it just doesn't fit. If we can scroll further through it, you'll see what the actual house looks like, just straight on street elevation. That's the backyard. We can just continue on. I think a little further down, or this might be one more down. And you can see just basically, here we go, the street elevation. This is what it looks like. Myself, I was not concerned of the height. There's other tall homes in the neighborhood,
Viola,
and new builds.
Viola, I must ask for your final comment now, please.
Okay. What I'm asking is that when you're looking at FSI, it has to be compared to the size of the site, not just a unilateral, everyone else gets 1.2, let's give them 1.2. It's just too big. It doesn't fit what the Planning Act outlines. It doesn't, for new development, it has to have respect and reinforce the general physical pattern in a neighborhood regarding massing and scale. This does not.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Okay, then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Sabrina McCluskey, you have been unmuted.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hearing you clearly now. Yes, you're
Great,
with the committee. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address your comments.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sabrina McCluskey, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, and I reside at 19 Beresford Avenue. Can I ask to show my letter as well, and specifically the table on the second page? And I'll just continue while we're bringing that up. So the proposed home is another oversized build for the area. We've been at committee several times, certainly this summer, talking about these things. And although the Committee of Adjustments has recently approved FSI variances, which are almost twice the FSI stipulated in the bylaw, the variance for 52 Beresford should be considered in terms of the overall size, not just the FSI, since the lot is larger than the average lot in the area. So if we take a look at this table, the table shows the most recent Committee of Adjustment FSI variance approvals on Beresford Avenue versus 52 Beresford, which is the row in yellow. So the proposed variance for 52 Beresford at almost 334 meters is double the FSI, or 167 meters over. That's the size of a house. The home will be 80 meters larger than the previously approved variance of 1.15 FSI for 40 Beresford. So relative, as Viola said, we're in the same FSI range, but we're a much larger home in terms of square footage. So the proposed home at over 3,600 square feet is not in keeping with the size of the homes in the neighborhood and doesn't preserve the character of the neighborhood. The proposed design of the home has an integrated garage. However, given the grade of the lot, this requires that the main level be built above ground, well above ground level. The height of the main level then results in a rear deck, which will sit 3.5 meters or 11.7 feet off the ground in the backyard. The deck height at almost 12 feet will impact the privacy in the neighboring backyards to the north, to the south, and to the west of 52 Beresford. If the integrated garage were removed, the main floor level could be lower, and both the height of the building and the deck could be brought into better alignment with the neighboring properties. Currently, the property has a parking pad, and this could be maintained. Many homes in the neighborhood have pads only and no garage. And can we view the last page of my letter, which is titled Tab 12, Immediate Context Study Area FSIs? This diagram provides a view of the FSIs in the immediate area. This FSI study was included in the visual evidence book, which was submitted to the TLAB in June 2022 for a 34 Morningside appeal. But the study shows the FSIs in the immediate neighborhood and is therefore also applicable to 52 Beresford. So as shown in this diagram, in the immediate neighborhood, only 7.2% of the homes have an FSI over 1, while 75% of the homes have an FSI below 0.8. The average FSI is around 0.65. So if we're to preserve the character of the neighborhood, then the standard FSIs should be below 0.8, not 1.2, and not a home which is over 3,600 square feet, or almost 1,200 square feet larger than even the supersized homes in the immediate neighborhood. The proposed build, which is on a large lot, has a 1 meter variance on the building height, 1.7 meter variance on the front and exterior walls, a setback variance and exterior stairs, and a back porch which will sit 11.7 feet off the ground and which will loom over the neighboring backyards. Given the lot is larger than most in the area, a request for so many variances should not be required. Home sizes continue to increase in the area under pressure from developers, although residents continue to object. This area of Swansea used to be an area with moderately sized homes on moderately sized lots where residents could enjoy their small backyards. Recently, as larger and larger homes are approved, existing residents are losing the aspects of the neighborhood that were its charm. We have backyards that are surrounded by stucco walls instead of greenery and other backyards. In this case, there would also be a large deck to look up at from your backyard. With every new development, we reduce the number of affordable homes in the area, and the range of new homes being built is strictly luxury at multi-million-dollar price points. The increasing home sizes are built at the expense of neighbor enjoyment of existing properties. In addition, they create parking pressure and flooding issues, as previously mentioned at committee. Home size variances should have hit a maximum already for this area. We need to draw a line somewhere, and this 3,600 square foot home at twice the FSI and 3 times the size of neighboring homes is where we should stop. The proposed change is not minor. It's not appropriate or desirable for the area, as the number of objections should indicate, and the FSI study shows. The change does not maintain an appropriate relationship between buildings or maintain the neighborhood character, since the home is 50% larger than most homes in the area. This building does not meet the 4 tests, and we respectfully request that you reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? No? Okay, then we'll go to the last registered speaker.
Gwen Harris, you've been unmuted.
Good evening. Good evening.
Gwen Harris, you have been unmuted.
Good evening. Oh. She's speaking, but she is muted still somehow. Gwen, we see you, but we so far have not been able to hear you. This is Bruce speaking from the committee. So we can see you, but we can't hear you. And you've been unmuted at this end.
Gwen, can you just test saying something? Because you are unmuted on our end here. Yeah, no, we can't hear you. You may have to adjust the settings on your end. We can see you.
Perhaps Gwen can try to mute and unmute herself, and maybe that'll work.
Now, is that working?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Now you are with us, Gwen. We're glad to have you.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what that incoming call is. All right.
We have been watching you and admiring your library, but we weren't able to hear you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel.
Well, I think you've gathered that I'm at 45 Dury. So I'm directly behind this Beresford house. And like the others, I'm concerned about its size, but I have a very personal reason to be concerned. Well, so do the others. But my contention is with the deck. And although I recognize that the designer has lowered it by feet, it's still, as Sabrina pointed out, and Viola, it's almost 12 feet high. It's 259 square feet. That's, about a third the size of my house, honestly. It is still going to loom over the properties to the side and to mine. Now, Eddie said there's a screen of evergreen trees. Well, that might be, I present that that's an exaggeration. There were 3 cedars on that property. 1 has died. And there's a very feeble apple tree, I think, on the south corner. My cedar tree is still in place, but I have a very large one, but it is suffering also. Cedars don't live forever. my gardener has said that one's not living much longer. So that is not an effective screen, at least for me. But there are the other neighbors to be considered. And you saw from the drawings that Viola had, the images, that there's a whole spread down the lawns of the other neighbors. So there's viewing and there is noise. Undoubtedly, there's going to be noise, and it's always louder when it's higher. This may not be covered by a variance, but it is basic consideration of the neighbor's rights to privacy that is being not addressed sufficiently. I know they've tried, but not sufficiently. So I hope they come up with another design and make a smaller house. And there's also the matter of green space, which a couple of hours ago was brought up to do with another presentation you had. And there's really not much left to, I don't know, swing a raccoon after you're finished with the deck, which takes about at least well back half of the property. And no, it's never been mentioned how the backyard, back property is going to be landscaped as such. And that's my conclusion. Thank you for being patient with the audio.
Well, thank you very much. Let's just see if there are any questions for you from the panel. No. Okay, thank you for that. Glad that we did get your audio working. We're going back now to the agent, who will have an opportunity to comment on what the three speakers have had to say in rebuttal. So, Mr. Perez.
Yeah, hello again. I heard what the neighbors had to say. As for green, we have no variance for green. The backyard is going to be all landscaped with grass and shrubs and such, and we have no variances whatsoever. The deck itself, it has no variances as well, and we did provide privacy screening on both sides. If you put up the pictures from the arbors that our arborists did, you can see that the backyard facing 47 Dury, there's all trees there. There's no infringing on her privacy, and we propose to maintain those trees there. We have no intentions of taking them down. They're still there. If you look at the picture, those trees are still there at this present. Also, after that, if you go through that, we can address the deck and the length. We have no length variance whatsoever. This house is very modest in length. At the longest point, we have 50.47 meters, including the deck itself. We only go to 18.36 meters. So this is a very shallow lot. As you can see, it's only 28.69 meters. And also from what we had spoken earlier about 3 stories, they're counting all 3 stories in the GFA. If it had a basement, the GFA would come out to 85 times the area of the lot, which is 238.45 square meters. The bottom level is what brings in the number that brings it higher. And as per height, there's been approval on 15 Beresford, got approved for 10.51. 46 Beresford got approved for 10.5 meters high. 60 Beresford got approved for 10.2 meters high, 2 meters high. So what we're proposing is in keeping with the area. And the deck itself, it's no variance like we said earlier. The thing is, we could always put a Juliet and then put a deck after the fact, which we wouldn't have to go before committee. But we want to be up forward and show exactly what we want to build. So I feel what we're proposing is very modest. If you put the first floor plan on the screen there, you'll see that we have a living room, a dining room, breakfast, and a family room. It's not a very deep house. It's very compact. It's a little wider than most of the houses in the area. That's what brings the numbers up higher as well. And then also, if you bring up the second floor as well, you'll see the bedrooms are not that big either. Bedrooms are like 10 feet by The master's a little bit bigger,
I'm
but
sorry,
it's not oversized. So I feel what we're proposing meets the 4 tests, and it's in keeping with the area. And if you see all the pictures that I sent in of all the houses in the area, if you can bring that up, you can see all the houses that got approved similar to what we're proposing. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel members, any questions for the agent? I am hearing no questions. Oh, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes?
Just more of staff. Do we have those pictures he's referring to? I don't have them in my package.
Staff are looking for them, and
Yeah, there's pictures there. I submitted with all the houses. There's 15 Bearsboro. There's a lot of houses there. I put all the addresses on it too.
When were the pictures submitted?
They were submitted in the first submission. They're on the website. I saw them again today. I just looked at them again.
John, if you go to the deferred package and then you just scroll down past all of the plans, they should be there.
Yeah, they are.
There you go. Yes.
Okay.
okay.
Those are not the ones that I submitted.
These are not the ones.
No, the ones shows all the new builds.
Where are they?
These are, I think the other person submitted these. Those are not the ones I submitted. There's ones with has a whole bunch of new builds. Well, ones that have been in the recent.
Okay, just hang on for a moment. We'll see if they show up.
I can't see them in the package.
I may, I think the applicant mentioned that there are a whole bunch of new builds in the package that you sent. If that's the case, they are in the deferred package. That's where I found them.
Those were the photos that we were just showing, but he suggested that those were not the ones he submitted. So
through you, Mr.
that's all
Chair,
we have.
I think they're at the bottom of the first deferral. There's been 2 deferrals on this item.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the images are on the AIC and in IBMS. We're just pulling them up right now. They were left out of the agenda package in error.
Let's just hang on then for a moment. If you're pulling them up, we'll stand by to.
So while they're pulling those up, Mr. Perez, the property, and I can't see the address when I'm looking at Google's maps, but there's one slightly down the street that's it's got a step back from yours, but the gray one with the black garage, what are the heights of that one?
If you're talking about number 15,
it's the three houses down the hill from the subject site.
number 46, that's 10.5 meters.
And what's the FSI on that property?
I don't have that one on top of my head. I know that number 15 is 1.18, and it's an error. Yeah, those are the pictures that I submitted.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, staff.
You can see there's a whole similar to what we're proposing. So what we're proposing is not out of character.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant panel?
Just Mr. Perez, just one question for you. There's no variant in the application of the bylaw on this property. There's no variance required for the deck above grade?
No.
In other areas of the city? Okay.
That's correct. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. If that is the last question, then we'll take the application into committee now for discussion, moving toward a motion. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Maybe I'll start this off. I think in general, when one looks at the various variances required, they don't seem to be excessive. The structure, and I take this from the applicant as well, is that because he's building from grade up, no basement, the dwelling certainly does present a massing perspective. But there are changes to properties in the area that are not dissimilar to what we're seeing. So apart from I think the deck at the back does present a bit of a headache, but there are no variances related to it. So just focusing on the variances themselves, I don't see them to be too problematic, and they certainly seem to be supportable.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unlike my colleague, I have real concerns with this. This is a case of using a standardized building and applying it everywhere without looking at the unique site conditions. If one is going to create a house that includes an integral garage, then the main floor, the main dwelling unit, is going to be basically a floor above grade. If you then want to have a deck off of that main dwelling unit, that deck is going to be considerably higher than the neighboring properties, and I would argue that that is a huge imposition to the privacy of the neighboring dwelling units. Although there's no specific variant about the deck, I think the deck is the result of the design decisions to have an integral garage and to move or to lift all of the main living quarters above grade. I don't think the deck is at all acceptable. It is a huge imposition to people on all sides. I will not be supporting it, and I believe it should be removed from the project.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hayes.
Okay. That's one of the reasons I asked the question about whether or not the above grade perspective of the deck applied in this area, because it applies in different, as we all know, different areas. But I go back to the thought that there is no variance required for the deck. And even if the design, if they didn't show it now, they could put it on as of right. So that's what, I'm struggling with from there. Like they'd need a building permit, but they wouldn't need a variance to put that deck on, even if they didn't include it now. So that's part of the challenge for me anyway.
Which is why I think the housing form is the wrong form for the lot.
Okay. I have my only real concern is with the FSI. I think it's a little high for what's there. I would have liked to have seen some of the other properties have setbacks at the third floor, either front or rear. So the FSI is what concerns me.
Okay. And the FSI at 1.2, I noticed from that list of comparables, the others were 1.12, 1.08, something like that. So the FSI was the largest one of that list of, I think, 4. And also this lot was the largest in area. So you apply the largest FSI to the largest actual size of lot, and hence concern regarding massing. And the overlook issue with the deck is real. Whether the deck has a variance or not, the overlook issues, one would think would be a real problem. So it's hard. Any other comments or thoughts? Anyone care to make a motion? Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Thank you. I can't support the application because of the FSI as the main reason. So I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application.
Does that have a second? Mr. Nipfel is seconding. Okay. So, it is moved and seconded to refuse. Those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? The motion is carried. Let the record show that Mr. Byatt is in dissent. And with that, the application is approved. The application is approved, and this application being the final one on today's agenda, it is now 9:13 p.m.
13.
And with that, the agenda is completed and the hearing is terminated. May I say, panel members, as always, your ability to absorb and make sense of detail over a 12-hour time spell is it's remarkable, and it makes these hearings work. So thank you very much for your focus over a long period of time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this last item was refused. That's correct?
I beg your pardon.
Sorry,
If I said it was approved,
yes, no, I just want a point of clarification. Item 43 has been refused.
I think I misspoke that. I could hear myself now
It's
misspeaking
okay.
that. The motion was carried. The application was thereby refused.
Refused, yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, panel members, Will and John, for all your hard work.
Sabrina, thank
And
Will
Stas.
and John and yourself very much.
Thank you, Will, John, and Sabrina. Can't do it without you.
Staff, pardon me
Safe
for...
travels home, everybody.
Yeah. Bye.
Good night.
Good night, all.